Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everybody.
Good
Morning, all.
morning, piano.
Happy Friday. It's Thursday,
Yeah.
but it's really Friday, and we need
Synthetic
it.
Friday.
Synthetic Friday. That's right. I'll take it. I'll take it. It is the last trading day of the week. Markets are closed tomorrow. And I'm filling in for Anthony because him and some of the traders are kicking it up in London at the NinjaTrader Live event, which I'm super jealous about. I think we wish we were all there, so I hope everyone's having fun. If we look at the markets, maybe it will be a fun day. Stock futures pointing to a rebound after yesterday's sell-off. Oil continues to fall. Dollar sitting near one-year high. Bonds are on the move. So there's a lot to unpack. Let's get to the headlines first, though. Shai, what are you tracking?
All right, so we got a lot going on. Obviously, U.S. President Donald Trump did sign that MOU with Iran late yesterday, shifting the focus to the planned reopening of the Strait and a 60-day negotiating period over Tehran's nuclear program. Trump did say that the further military conflict would have caused an international depression, as well as expressing concern over the rapid drawdown of U.S. crude stocks. Those concerns led him to accept the agreement that many Iran hawks in the U.S., as well as Israel, say concedes far too much to the Islamic Republic. That said, this deal does extend the U.S. ceasefire for another 60 days, so we're still not over yet, guys. In which case they will agree to figure out what to do with Tehran's nuclear program and how to dilute or destroy its stocks of highly enriched uranium. It'll also unlock frozen funds from the U.S. and set a $300 billion reconstruction fund from the U.S. and Gulf states. The U.S. will also terminate all Iranian sanctions under a final deal. In the meantime, what they're going to do is they're going to issue waivers for Iran oil exports. That should come today or tomorrow. Iran agreed to not charge for a toll for 60 days. After 60 days, they will charge a toll and run the strait with Oman. That said, most see only about 10% of original volumes during the ceasefire agreement going through the strait. So still expect a trickle on that. And Hegsworth was out this morning saying the U.S. can reimpose a blockade if needed. So there's your update on that. It's still not over, unfortunately, 60 more days. We had Fed, obviously, Warsh came out, kind of rocked the bond market yesterday, coming out much more hawkish than anticipated. Traders piled into betting on interest rate hikes as soon as next month. Believe it or not, just a very slight chance as Warsh debuted his press conference as the Fed chairman to make clear the central bank won't tolerate high inflation. 2-year Treasury yields steadied today around 4.17% after shooting up 13 basis points yesterday. That was the biggest jump since April 2025 and matched the largest increase on a Fed meeting day since 2008. The hawkish message was driven home by the projections of the individual Fed members, half of whom expect to raise rates by the end of the year. There was one that actually put in for 2 interest rate hikes by the end of the year. Bob Kaplan was out. He's from Goldman Sachs. He said he was a former Dallas Fed president also. He said if the inflation prints don't cool now between now and we get to September, I actually think the balance of risks suggests that it would be wise to take some action. Speaking of inflation, Trump is now going to roll out new tariffs as he refunds the old ones. So tariff revenue is now flowing out of the U.S. Treasury coffers faster than it's coming in, with nearly $22 billion in unlawfully collected duties reimbursed to importers in May. Now, the White House has pledged to restore the revenue with more durable import duties with a proposed that they proposed earlier this month that could raise the average U.S. tariff rate by 0.6%. New duties are set to hit as the U.S. economy absorbs higher costs from everything to oil and plastics, with economists warning that pricing pressures have not yet abated and are unlikely to do so anytime soon. And we have Intel shares soaring 9% in pre-market trading after Donald Trump said that the chipmaker will work alongside Apple to design and produce semiconductors domestically. Now, he posted this on Truth Social, but both Intel and Apple did not respond for requests for comments. Now, we do know Apple was considering both Intel and Samsung for this. So no word from either company, but nonetheless, Intel's up 9%. This morning, we've got a Japan intervention risk. We are now trading, the yen is at 160.93, almost 161. So yen watchers are on alert for a risk of intervention by authorities to prop up the currency after it hit the weakest level against the dollar since July 2024. The move overnight was really driven by the rally in the USD as traders added bets to increased interest rates this year. It is quad witch today. We have the largest expiration on record in 8.3 trillion of optionals notional to expire. And then, of course, we have for data today at 8:30 a.m. We have initial claims, jobless, continuing claims, and Philadelphia Fed business outlook, and then quiet for the rest of the day. So big event today, obviously, is quad witching.
Yeah, that's gonna make things interesting. And it's hard to think after Fed that the weekly jobs are gonna make much difference unless it's some crazy number. But we've had 24 hours to digest the Fed because it was really lots of things in there were, I think, unexpected. We obviously saw that in the market reaction. Jim, what are we seeing though now that we've had the sort of 24 hours to have it sink in? What are you watching?
Yeah, I mean, 30-year bonds. It's a long end. Maybe the curve might be flattening a little bit here, but the long end rallied big time overnight. Broke above an anchored VWAP that was kind of important level here, and it's really it's digesting what it heard. It's liking what it's heard in combination with maybe the end of the war. And we're just driving back up to another swing low. So, the market, in my mind, the bond market really kind of front ran all this stuff from the 11th. We've just had a nice steady, almost three-handle rally up there. Cash yields now are below 4.9%. They were below 5% yesterday, below 4.9% now. So the longer end of the curve is starting to settle down a little bit, and bond prices are moving up right now. We have a lot of resistance still to go through, up around 115. But right now it's in a bullish move. It's moving up. It's like the honey badger, man. Just doesn't care. It's going.
I love it. Greg, we were talking about Warsh's new nicknames. I think you were taking a poll yesterday. I think after that meeting, maybe Sock Puppet fell off the leaderboard. He certainly came out and I think had a different posture than people were expecting. What are your thoughts? And what are you hearing after we've had the overnight to digest?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there was an expectation that he was going to, be more dovish than the reality, and even the transition period between 2 and 2:30 when the news came out about 9 of 18 members looking for rate hikes. There was still an expectation that he would come out incredibly dovish, and he didn't at all. And so I think what we're seeing in the aftermath of that is the FX markets and fixed income markets are really reacting violently to that reality, as neither one of those markets seem particularly prepared for the degree of hawkishness. I mean, he really seemed to be focusing on the inflation mandate more so than I think people believed. Obviously, there are those who also say, look, he's trying to remove transparency. He's going to change the rules on reporting, do a lot of task force in order to cut rates later because that's what Trump wants, is that rhetoric. But that was not on on display yesterday at all, and you could see that in the reaction with dollar yen breaking out, dollar euro breaking out, the DXY is breaking out, and the front end yields are really moving higher. Jim mentioned a little bit of a curve flattening. I would refer to it more as a curve annihilation. The flattening is accelerating here to the downside, materially. I think people are very off sides here with positions, and I think that's part of the reason we're seeing a rally in the long end is because steepener trades are getting blown out. And so I don't really take too much of a read like the bond market is saying that he's going to do this. I think this is a big positioning move that we're seeing here. Fixed income and FX investors are trading that new reality of a Fed that's going to be way more hawkish for longer than expected. I think the equity market today so far is being driven by the flows, right? And so, it's expiry, it's quad witch, it's 0-day, it's all sorts of things in positive gamma. And that supportive positioning is removed as of the end of the day today. So equity investors are going to have to wake up to a reality of higher yields, particularly in the front end, and a much stronger dollar, and a Fed that is going to be on really perpetual hold and potentially may even raise rates as soon as July. Shai mentioned kind of an increase in the odds. I mean, we're up to kind of 35% for a July hike. And so, it's not out of the realm of possibilities that with some good data, and if oil kind of stops falling, that we can get a hike as early as 6 weeks from now. So, we'll see. I think the supportive positioning as it removes itself today, equity investors will see this reality of a stronger dollar and stronger yields and a more hawkish Fed. And I think that's going to be a little bit more troubling.
I mean, I guess the question that everyone's going to be trying to figure out is this real, what we saw yesterday, or are they buying time? And to your point, Craig, with less visibility, are they, pulling levers behind the scenes that maybe are not as hawkish as we come out? But in terms of scoring points on credibility and sort of playing the markets, I think that clearly we have a Fed who understands. If everyone was off, it was not positioned for this, they knew it, and came out and played to that. Shai, when we were doing the FOMC special live, but I was thinking about it and sort of looking at the reaction afterwards. Is that the last press conference we're going to get for a while? He dodged around the answer, but he was like, they can be useful at times. That to me did not sound like mark your calendar.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we'll probably see less and less of them for certain. Is that, I would venture to guess he'll do one in July because, he's new and maybe he should be out there a little bit. But I think that maybe we should start not expecting to have a press conference every meeting. Because, again, he initially said that he wanted basically the Fed to not talk as much. And yesterday came out full blown with that. We had a shorter statement, one of the shortest kind of in the Greenspan era shortness. That's how short it was. And I think, he was pretty dead set on that is going to continue, and the Fed is not going to be as transparent as they may have been under Powell for certain.
Yeah. Probably another press conference to explain the task forces, which are going to have people outside the Fed on them. But then after that, I wonder. So, Craig, you just mentioned equity investors have to prepare themselves for this. So we're going to have to watch the bond market. I saw someone, I mean, not that everyone doesn't, but, if you're mostly trading in equities, this is, maybe we're entering a new period. Somebody tweeted out, on net, expect higher rate volatility, more sensitivity to changes in SOFR in the economy, less smoothing of business cycles, a return to a more pure Taylor rule-like function. I think, Jim and Craig, do you think that we're going to see a lot more reaction in stocks from what happens in bonds and more volatility in bonds? Is that what we need to brace for traders?
The correlation has been finicky between the last two for a while. The equity markets are just marching to their own drummers right now. And, I don't know if it's because of the AI trade or what, but the correlate, you can't rely on it right now, right? This whole idea of, bonds are going to be a flight to quality, forget about, what the Fed does. I'm not so sure that's true, but I just feel like today's move was basically a vote of confidence for the Fed. But I think that the relationship there, be careful if you're trading correlations, is all I'm saying, because these news bombs also are not done, and these things really, really jolt everything in all sorts of different directions.
Craig, you want to weigh in on that? Plus, we have headlines like the government's in Intel, right? So you've got all of that to deal with, as well as whatever is, reading the tea leaves of the bond market. But weigh in on that.
Yeah, look, for me, what I like to add is, different pools of capital trade with different mandates and for different reasons at different times. And so we talk about the flows a ton. And so this is a week where, because it's expiry, we have these supported flows that matter. And it means the bar for macro data and information to matter is very, very high. But as of next week, that bar is falling again because we're at the seasonal low point for positive gamma, of supportive flows. And as we push through next week, we also start to lose the equity buyback bid. We've been talking about the equity issuance that's coming. And so we have all these things, which just means that things that are going on away from the equity markets have the ability to matter. Jem Carson refers to it as the window of potential weakness. This is why, because we have the seasonal low point every month after the expiry Friday for those supportive flows. And so as an equity investor, you have to think about the macro stuff can matter more in the next 2 weeks than it did, let's say, in the prior week. And so what we've seen, after yesterday is a more hawkish Fed. We're seeing, front-end yields, volatility moving higher as well, as you mentioned, and the dollar looking to break out here. I mean, we mentioned earlier, Shai mentioned kind of yen intervention watch, but what's the reason that they're going to intervene? I mean, they're raising rates. We may raise rates. Europe just raised rates. It's not clear that that the BOJ and the MOF need to actually do anything here. I suspect we're going to see dollar yen break through the July 2024 highs and over the course of the next few days and weeks. We saw dollar versus EMFX was really strong overnight. Korean won got hit over yesterday. The real got hit. The Mexican peso. So dollar strength has been broad because of this. And then the front end yields, you're right, Jim. I think in an environment where we know less about what the Fed's going to do, we're going to see a more volatile environment. Does that mean that equity investors need to think about that every single day? No. But next week, they need to think about it a little bit more because that window of potential weakness is reopened again.
Yeah. The timing is crucial. Drunk Radish said, I'm just back from vacation. What happened? You missed a lot, but that you're here and you can catch up. Talk the Swiss central bank is also sort of on intervention watch. Shai, give us a sort of reality check on oil because, man, that's been moving. I know in the headline you mentioned 10% of original volume, but the market's acting like that straight's open. And I saw another sort of great comment from Brent Johnson saying, if weaponizing the U.S. dollar will encourage countries to look for options, then Iran weaponizing the Strait will encourage countries to look for other options. It goes both ways. And there is a sort of strong narrative out there that people are finding a way, countries are finding a way to get that oil moving, even while the Strait opens up. But I know you've been cautious about just how much is coming back online. So, we're all happy because if we go to the pump, let's load up. But is it going to, is this a kind of either as far as oil is going to go, or could we see them creep back up? Give us a reality check on this crude story.
I do agree with Brent Johnson. In fact, I wrote something on X yesterday. I wrote an article on X yesterday, basically saying, this is kind of equivalent to the Suez Canal when, volumes never recovered from both of those incidents. I think that's going to be the same. I think you can draw the same parallel because we already know that UAE is working on a way to completely avoid the strait. We know that Saudi Arabia is using the Yanbu pipeline that will probably stay at full flow. That's 5 million barrels a day. And that won't change anytime soon. So I do think we'll see less traffic go through the strait. That said, I'm very cautious still going into the summer because we're talking about, it may take till October, November until they can get production up. Also, we still have another 60 days. And so, they're going to be wary of starting production back up again without normal traffic through the strait, or at least, getting all of the backlog done. And then what if this deal falls apart in 30 days, 60 days. I mean, we have it's still 60 days of negotiations. And so we're still seeing insurers a little bit wary. We're seeing ship owners a little bit worried. And so I think that there is a chance we could see oil creep higher over the summer, particularly as demand is high. And we've also heard from a bunch of companies or a bunch of countries that released from their SPR that they're looking to restock as soon as possible. And so we're going to have regular demand on top of restocking demand, particularly from countries like Japan that are heavily reliant on imports and had to release almost 40 million barrels from their SPR. They are looking to build that back quickly. And so I think the chances, do I think we're going to see $100 oil? Probably not. But I do think that, we could see oil creep, over $80 a barrel this summer when people kind of realize that, we're still not getting oil flows through.
Yeah. And by the way, this is the kind of great stuff that Tracy writes about in the first print newsletter that comes out every morning. Craig contributes an awesome piece. So does Deli. If you haven't seen it yet, there'll be a link in the chat. You can sign up for it. It's free, and it's not the end of the week. Oh, boring newsletter. This is good stuff. This is what we're thinking coming into the show in the morning. It's really good. So get that newsletter. We'll put that link in the chat. Sorry for that little PR piece there, Maggie.
Yeah, no, listen, it's incredibly valuable. I mean, I signed up for it. It's a fantastic way to start the day, and it's quick. So it's when you're crunched for time and prepping like I am all the time. It's been amazing. Yeah. Questions, a lot of good comments in the chat. I see them all. Somebody said Delhi leaving the country bearish. I hope not. I hope not, because we're doing more of these everywhere, so it better not be. We got to let them leave the seat sometimes. But a lot of people kind of going back. Someone said, is this going to turn into the Russia-Ukraine war? By the way, record Ukrainian drone attacks on Moscow overnight. Just want to throw that in there. I saw a piece on that. And, everyone is, there's a lot of criticism of the deal, the signing of the deal, and the U.S. sort of capitulating. I don't hear a lot of people talking about this sort of idea of taco anymore. And there is a possibility that at the end of the 60 days or 30 days, even though everyone wants this over and the narrative that Trump wants this war to be over for the midterms, there is a possibility they're just restocking munitions, and that we do. And if it goes sideways, that we do see military conflict again. But I don't hear anyone talking about that. Thoughts? Craig, I'm going to give you the last word because we're...
Yeah, look, I think the markets, like we said, have kind of moved on here, and these 60 days allows them to do another 60 days, and and kind of push us through the midterms. I think Trump will determine what he wants to do based on where the market is, where the polling data is, and how he thinks about the midterms, right? And unfortunately, we just we don't know. Obviously, for now we have this reprieve. We're going to have some flow of goods. There's going to be some negotiations, and then 45 days from now, he'll probably say they're not negotiating well, and we're going to dial up the rhetoric, and we'll continue to play this song and dance. But I think the markets and the economy are moving on, and the Fed's moving on, and investors have to kind of think about that, and you have to have portfolio protection. You should always have some protection on for your longer term accounts, and particularly when volatility is inexpensive. But I think people just are ready to move on from this and kind of deal with the new reality of ships moving at a slower pace, different kinds of supply chains, different types of trade flows, and different costs associated with that flow of goods.
Yeah, they've adjusted to it. It's over as far as the market's concerned. But the show's not. It's time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, let's finish the conversation about the 30-year Treasury bond. You can see we have a series of green candles up here. We have a January swing low target. We're almost to it right now. There's no shadow on the top of today's candle. Buyers are fully engaged right now, and that's tracking 113.27, 30 seconds for that swing low target on the upside. This anchored VWAP that I added to the chart all the way from this big sell-off that started at the beginning of March is back in play. Yeah, we closed above it a couple of times in April, but buyers couldn't get any more traction. Today, we're trading firmly above it after testing it yesterday. So again, that's kind of constructive and positive for the upside. And look at that RSI. I mean, it's nicely sloping up, still less than 70, but pretty positive. Intraday, most of the move happened overnight, right? After the Asian Open, boom, things just kept rolling here into the London Open. Established a P-shaped volume profile with the point of control at 113.18. We do have targets. R2 is part of the daily pivot study. Right now, that is resistance, and we're right up against it right now at 22. So we'll see if, oh, no, we're through it right now at 23. So this market is moving pretty strongly. Call resistance is going to be the next big target on the upside. That's 114 even. That's a big deal. It could act like a magnet today. Breaking through it might be a little hard, but you never say never. If this thing turns around, I would keep an eye on VWAP because we've really been kind of walking along the upward sloping VWAP pretty much all session. But we have a JAX 1 level down at 113 even. So that's probably would be my line in the sand on the downside, short of some kind of crazy tape bomb that pops out. Let's take a peek at the NASDAQ. I wrote about this in the first print newsletter this morning, but let's cover it now. Anyway, NASI right now is just above the June open, and that's at 34.15.5. That's that line right there. So we're right at it right now, trying to claw our way above it, and we have all-time highs kind of in sight right now. We broke through this benchmark candle midpoint at 29,720, and that is that's a very important level here. We're trading above it. That is longer term support at this point. I'm also using that first upper standard deviation band as a guide at this point. We dipped back into it. We didn't get to VWAP. We didn't get that VWAP touch. Buyers just quickly kind of came back in here and pushed us back up above that VWAP band, and that's what we've been used to ever since the beginning of April. So we'll see if that continues toward the upside. There is a lot of bullish folks out there still thinking that all-time high is going to be taken out. Intraday, a P-shaped volume profile, but really the bottom part of the P really only formed for a couple hours during the Asian IB here, and ever since then it's been relatively sideways. We're at about 67% of the 34-day period average right now, and right now our daily range is 404. So the 34 average is 606. So there's room to grow. On the upside, we do have that R1 right now at 3509. Above that is previous sessions highs at 3584. And above that, we have a 0 DTE call resistance level at 3750. That could be particularly important. If things break down to the downside, if we get through that VWAP on the downside with a series of lower closes, pivot is in play. It's right next to that 0 DTE put support, 3,200. And then below that, of course, session lows. But previous session lows also could be a target, 29,923, followed by S1 and JAX 1 on the downside. And JAX 1 on the downside is 29,800. So there's plenty of targets both ways. This is looking a little bit bullish today. We'll see what happens as the day evolves. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Thanks so much, Jim. The panel is with us. We have weekly jobless claims coming up. Shai's going to bring us that as soon as it crosses. Now with this sort of new Fed in place and hearing from them, Craig, is there a sense that jobs matter or matter more, or is this still really an inflation story that we're chasing? Is Craig muted? Can you guys hear him?
I'm sorry about that. The jobs data does matter, even though it was downgraded in importance versus the inflation data yesterday. But we haven't really seen too much in the way of job labor market deterioration at all, although claims have been modestly picking up over the course of the last couple weeks, and the ADP weekly numbers we've been getting have been modestly moving lower. So we'll see. But obviously, inflation's top of mind. I think much of the forecasts that we saw in the dot plot yesterday, I think the Fed typically puts those in on the Friday before the meeting. And so it's possible that a lot of the upgrade and the inflation expectations were assuming a much higher oil price, right? We've obviously seen oil get decimated this week on back of the MOU. And so it's possible that, in the next round, we don't get another dot plot until September, but that in the speeches in the coming weeks, we'll hear more about, well, oil has come down. So that'll be interesting. But as the Fed comes out and communicates, the idea of forward guidance is supposed to be gone. So we'll see what happens. The data should be more important kind of across the board. Warsh is trying to articulate that the markets need to look at the data and stop trying to articulate that the Fed is just going to react to whatever the market says it's supposed to do. So that should heighten the importance of kind of all data releases going forward versus the environment that we had previously.
Yeah, great point. The one of the takeaways is the Fed's going to follow the market, and it's the market's job to, go through the data and get a read on the economy.
So we just had that data come in really quickly. Sorry. Initial jobless claims came in at 226,000. Survey was 225,000, in line. Expectations, continuing claims higher, ticking higher still, 1.810 million.
Okay, right in line. Jim, I'm assuming no real reaction.
Yeah, the markets haven't seen the print yet. Nothing's happening.
I didn't think. I mean, you would have to have a way outside number for markets to react to this, but you never know. So, gotta check in.
Yeah. But, interesting now that data matters so much. I think we can't, we can go into it thinking it's not going to move things, but you never know when you get that outsized print. All right, awesome stuff. Sean, Craig, thank you so much. And Jim actually shy stays. Jim and Craig, thanks so much. Jim, we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks.
I'm all over the place. All right, let's get a look at the rest of the lineup for the day. Maybe this will help sort me out. In a moment, we are going to be joined by Eric Basmajian. Pharm's here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions for him. And I've got to think with all that action late yesterday and overnight, you do. Trade the Open is with Salma, Pax, and Jim, who's going to be sticking around. That's why I'm confused. Midday Markets will be with XY, Nick for a tick. Trade the Close will be with Chris, Jack, and Stowe. And at 4 p.m., Develop Your Edge with Stowe. I know you guys have been loving these shows, so mark your calendar for that. Okay, it's time to welcome our guest, Eric Basmajian, founder of EPB Research. Eric, so good to have you with us.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing well, thanks. So just, big picture, give us your reaction to everything we heard from the Fed yesterday and what they had to say about the economy.
Well, I think new chair Warsh certainly came out pretty strongly in terms of his recommitment to the inflation target. I think that the interest rate market has given him the benefit of the doubt that he's going to see that through with a pretty big increase in short-term interest rates, as well as a really substantial flattening of the yield curve. That to me is a signal that the market believes that he has credibility on this inflation. But I think it remains to be seen on whether he follows through with that. There's a somewhat of a history of Fed chairs coming out pretty strongly initially, and then, as life gets thrown at you or as markets get thrown at you, maybe soften up on that position a little bit. But I think that at least the initial reaction is that he's definitely recommitted to the inflation target, and the market has given him the benefit of the doubt on that.
Absolutely. And then we just had jobless claims, continuing claims out this morning. Let's talk a little bit about the labor market. The labor market seems to be hanging in there when kind of a few months ago, everybody was worried that we would all be out of a job and AI was going to take our jobs and, unemployment rates were going to soar. So what's your outlook on the business market? And I know that you also compare kind of small business employment compared to just the regular non-farm payroll. So let's talk about kind of where we are in the labor market.
Yeah, the labor market's been in an interesting place for really the last couple of years in the sense that the hiring rate is quite low. We see that from the JOLTS report. We see hiring rates really at 2009, 2010 levels. So the hiring rate is extremely low, and that's also confirmed by the quits rate, also coming from the JOLTS report. So if you have a job, people are not very keen to leave that job and find a new one because the landscape of getting hired is pretty weak. That's translating to some lower wage growth as well. However, we are not seeing layoffs really at all. And we can see that confirmed across really all the different reports. The jobless claims, which just came out this morning, have been pretty low for quite some time, which would pick up new layoffs. The layoff rate from the JOLTS report has been below where it was from pre-pandemic levels. So we're just in this dynamic where the hiring rate is really low, the layoff rate is really low, the labor market's sort of frozen, if you will, and the unemployment rate has been extraordinarily steady as a result of that. To me, that's actually been the bigger hindrance to the Fed, at least the prior Fed, lowering rates as opposed to the inflation rate. The inflation rate obviously has been above target, but historically, the Fed really does react more to labor than it does to inflation. So if the unemployment rate had creeped up to 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, even if inflation was still above the 2% level, I do think that they would have probably moved to ease monetary policy a little bit more. It's really been the reluctance of the labor market to have that unemployment rate move up. And that's really a function of the fact that the layoffs have been extraordinarily low. We see pockets of weakness, residential construction, residential contractors have been shedding some jobs, manufacturing was shedding some jobs, but it really just wasn't enough to move the overall picture. So I think that we remain in that labor market for a period of time here where the hiring rate still remains pretty low as companies sort of sort out geopolitical uncertainty. There was some tariff uncertainty. There's some business cycle uncertainty. But without a substantial amount of pressure to engage in large-scale layoffs, we're just not going to see a big move in the unemployment rate or in the headline numbers that would cause the Fed to do anything about that.
Yeah, it's interesting, Eric, because I feel like that a lot of people see that number but don't feel well or confident or like they're doing well. I know a lot of the work you do is trying to sort of push into the future, look around the corner as opposed to reporting what's already happening or putting that out. At the risk of oversimplifying things, how healthy is the US economy? Because depending on what you look at, you hear different things. And I think depending on where you sit, is this economy that's doing well, or is this economy that's struggling and we just don't see it showing up in the official data?
Yeah, so I think that it depends on what lens you're looking at the economy from. And, I hate to use some of the overused terms like K-shaped economy or things like that. But, a lot of people, when they ask about the economy, specifically market participants, they're really asking about the stock market. And we kind of have to separate the actual real economy and households versus the stock market and corporations. If we look at the economy through the lens of corporations, I have a chart on my Twitter. It's one of the first or second tweets. We look at corporate profit margins, and I'm not talking about S&P 500 profit margins. I look at profit margins from the National Income and Product Accounts, which comes from IRS data. Not the S&P 500 with 500 pages of footnotes. And we have seen a cyclical increase in profit margins as well as a secular increase in profit margins. After-tax profit margins for the entire economy in 1990 were about 8%. They're almost 17% now. And there's been a secular increase over the last several decades that profit margins just keep rising and rising and rising and rising. And that is very consistent with the stock market performance that we've seen over the last several decades. And that's true also on a cyclical basis. So the last several quarters, despite all the turmoil and tariffs, profit margins continue to rise through for all corporations. So from the lens of corporates, the economy is doing fantastic. They're really doing better than they've ever done. Corporate profits just continue to rise, and no matter kind of what the economy does, they are able to extract pricing power. And there's perhaps a variety of reasons for that. On the household level, the situation is much more concerning, and the difficulty is in the translation of people feeling conditions are poor, and they're correct in that assumption, and it's not translating to the stock market because corporates are doing so well. So we sort of have to hold the two things separately in our mind. On the household level, what's really been a challenge is that real income growth is just falling short of expectations. From 2009 to 2020, that last business cycle, real income grew at about 2 to 2.3% per annum. And if you extrapolate that trend line from 09 to 20, sort of through the pandemic to where we would be today, we are pretty far below that trend line. A lot has to do with the pandemic inflation, and just the real income gains that the household is experiencing is just really falling short of expectations. And those are aggregate statistics. So if the aggregate's falling below the average, the distribution's probably even worse as well, since we know that there's some disparity with the top doing better than the bottom. So it really is true that the household is really struggling. Personal savings rate is coming down. There's a lot of evidence that households are sort of struggling to keep pace. But on the flip side of that, corporations are really just doing phenomenally well. And that's what we're seeing in asset markets. Unfortunately, the household experience doesn't really get translated to the stock market. And that's where it's been difficult, I think, for a lot of people to balance both things at the same time.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a great explanation of this sort of, disconnect that a lot of us feel when we're looking at the markets. And then when you're hearing from people, and we see it in the chat, people talking about just like cost of living and all of that. And there are huge implications to that gap, but that was so well explained. Thank you for that. Shai?
No, it's a really political point, I would say, because, on one hand, corporations are doing so well, but it really is true. I mean, you look at all the things that households feel, real income, like you said, the cost of living pressure, as well as the labor market is not doing phenomenally well, in the sense that if you want a job, it's difficult to find one. If you have a job, we're not really seeing a lot of layoffs, so that's okay. But perhaps for new entrants, I speak to a lot of parents who have kids that are coming out of college, and they say it's really difficult. They're having trouble finding a job. We're seeing unemployment rate almost like 10% for the under 25 group. The people who are graduating college who don't yet have a job, hiring rates are really low, so they're really truly having trouble getting them. But if you're a little bit older and advanced in your career and you have a job, the layoffs aren't there. So those people are a little bit more comfortable. It's a pretty difficult time.
Yeah, and those younger people don't own assets. So
that's also true. It's a very good point.
And wait till they start voting. I mean, that's where we're going to see this, because they're really not enforced yet.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal point. If I can just add one thing, because it's so important, I'm really glad that you mentioned that. When we break down personal income has a lot of different components. Wages and salaries are just one of them. And ironically, they're a decreasing share of personal income. Wages and salaries are down to about 60% of the total personal income that's reported. It's also Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, those things go into personal income, as well as dividends and interest. So when you look at the government transfer payments, which is predominantly Social Security and Medicare, plus interest on assets and dividends, that's actually rising to about 40% of personal income. So much of personal income is sort of inflation insensitive. So those people, and those are predominantly older people, are less concerned about inflation because those government benefits are indexed to inflation, as well as the asset prices generally perform better. And so a larger share of the income pie is coming from either asset prices and the income from that, or government income. And the people who are who live mostly on wages are struggling more than the aggregate would suggest.
Kind of in this scenario, what is the outlook then for the housing market? Where, say, if you have, younger generation can't get a job, obviously can't buy a house, and we now have mortgage rates over 6%, and not a lot of inventory on the market. So what are we looking at? And a bunch of boomers that are probably, looking to downsize or move into assisted living and things of that nature.
Right. Those boomers, we beat up on them any chance we can, right? I think Kevin Warsh made an actual interesting point yesterday, which I appreciated, is, people get asked, is monetary policy accommodative or restrictive? And everyone just gives a simple answer as like, it's accommodative because the market's going up, or, it's restrictive. And he actually gave what I thought was the first kind of nuanced view, which is there is a lot of restriction in monetary policy in the housing market. And we can see that in a lot of the data. Building permits are weak, new home sales are weak. Home builder sentiment is very weak. Anyone interacting with the housing market knows that conditions are pretty restrictive. And there is a reluctance to tighten monetary policy further because that restriction will be pushed even deeper into the housing sector. However, when you look pretty much anywhere else, and particularly asset markets, it's really difficult to make the case that monetary policy is restrictive. So I'm glad he put that nuance out there, because it was the first time I heard that from a Fed chair. But given that situation, it's not going to be easy for them to ease monetary policy substantially. So the problems in the housing market will remain. The unaffordability issue will remain. Because interest rates will remain high, and you're just not going to get a big price reset in the housing market, other than through labor market deterioration. I mean, the labor market is ultimately what would reset the housing market. So unless you get a decline in labor, the unaffordability issue is going to remain, and that's going to be a political problem going forward. It's going to be a problem in some sense for the economy, because the economy does get a lot of vibrance through housing and housing construction and the multiplier effects there. And that part of the economy, which I view as the predominant weak spot right now, is going to remain weak, and it's going to have to get a lot weaker to sort of bring the rest of the economy down, given some of the strength we're seeing in computer equipment investment and some of the AI build out. So that's going to be an area of the economy that's going to struggle pretty greatly. And for those people interacting in the housing market or trying to buy a new home, it's going to be a pretty difficult situation, I think, for the time being.
Yeah, Eric, great sort of breakdown of the tensions and the really tricky problems in the economy that the Fed is going to face. But frankly, people investing all sorts of sectors are going to have to face as well. You do such great work. We dropped in the chat where people can find your work. Thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much.
That was tremendous, and it's hard when you hear that. The political implications are huge, Shai, but we're gonna continue to talk about that as we turn the corner into the fall. But any last thoughts from you today on this Friday, Thursday? That's a Friday.
A synthetic Friday, I'm calling it. So I think just. Looks like, we've got the Fed out of the way, we've got the MOU out of the way, and so now, it's deal with the flows today in Quad Witch, so we'll have to see what the market brings to us today. Be nimble.
Be nimble. And remember that it's, there's a lot going on under the hood, but everybody here, including Shai, who's going to be back later, everybody is going to be breaking it down for you. So with their help, I'm sure you're all going to profit through it. Thanks, Shai. We'll see you. Have a great weekend. Good luck with the World Cup matches.
You too.
All right. It is time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm.
Good morning.
A lot of action yesterday and overnight. What are you watching this morning?
Yeah, I'm gonna start with $1. What is that? Yeah, I know, kind of weird, right? But I think big picture it makes sense. And actually, I think a member of chat had asked me on X this morning, remembering the 100 spot 69 spot that I mentioned. This is just like a chart that has a couple of ranges, and that's it. Same ranges I've had for years, and it generally seems like below, roughly in this lower box here, we're in a kind of a weak dollar regime, and that has implications, of course, across assets, currency markets, whatever. And sort of above roughly that 100 spot 69, we're in a range that tends to behave like a stronger dollar regime. Obviously, a new Fed chair is a good time to start looking at such things. And so I'm definitely watching to see what happens in this area. Now, I'm not making a prediction about what will happen, how that'll impact gold, what have you, equities. But I think it's important to start to recalibrate, what kind of a regime you think that we're in, and having a new Fed chair is a perfect time to do that, right? So over the next couple of weeks, I think giving a fresh look at things like, bonds and the dollar and how they're behaving will probably be important. So it's really, to me, you just call it a bull bear line if you like. Not quite as simple as that, but really acceptance back in this upper range starts to look like strong dollar regime to me. So I find that interesting. One other interesting tidbit from yesterday is, and I won't pull up all the bond charts, but okay, so the 2-year got smoked, right? The 10-year got smoked. Pretty much everything got smoked, and the 30-year was just like, nah, I don't know what you guys are doing. I'm just going to hang out here, and I'm good. And now the 30-year is like solidly green. So that was just, I don't know what to think about that. Haven't had time to really process and ponder that, but a lot of relief in the rest of the curve today already. But yeah, it was just kind of weird that the 30 was just like, I'm not gonna do that, guys. You do whatever you want. So the key takeaway is I think it's time to really look at these things, even if you don't normally look at these things on a regular basis. But a new Fed chair is a perfect time. It makes sense to do that. So I'll be keeping an eye on those things because it certainly may play into whether I want to be long or short gold or long or short oil or what have you. So the second thing I'm going to look at then is the big picture NQ chart from the weekend and maybe Monday, I think. We talked about the importance of last week's high. We still sit above that, right? So we don't want to get any kind of acceptance back into this range, roughly below last week's high. This is a non-back adjusted chart, of course, because I have a preference for real prices that actually traded at real times. So as of now, we're just sort of consolidating in this upper range. We've got a high volume node here. There's nothing bearish about that in the big picture. So as long as we're consolidating in this upper range, I think we're fine. This profile off to the right, I had started on the leg down, and I've left it there for now. And we can see this clear LBN that is separating, basically the same type of thing over here, right? We've got an upper area of volume and then sort of this primary distribution from the leg up off the year-to-date lows. So that's all reasonably constructive. And then I think I'll go to NQ on the 30 next. We talked yesterday about the fact that it looked like we were maybe putting in sort of a lower distribution, lower relative to this first distribution we had, which contained VPOC up until yesterday, I think. And that sort of played out, right? So that 578 spot I had yesterday morning was, the overnight high and ended up, staying high of day. Now we got a break of that range to the downside, right? On FOMC, it initially snapped back. We got a second break to the downside of that range, and now another snapback. Is it just OPEX related, gamma, banana, Vanna type stuff? Or do sellers really not want to take it here? And you can see that on the profiles. Now, like yesterday, it was a situation where it's like, all right, well, did we just run out of time to build out volume here? And we're going to come in, we're going to build volume lower today. But you can see that the same thing overnight, just major panic covering here. So down here, sellers, the water was cold, okay, for sellers, right? Let's just the water was cold, so they're terrible down here, and we're getting these snapbacks. So this range, I'd probably use something like 569 to 585, but you can use the 600 to 617 as a proxy for the upper edge of this sort of primary distribution. Lower edge, I'll probably tweak this 242 to 269 weekly level, maybe lift it up. You call it 269 to 302. I think the cash hours low on Tuesday makes sense. Once we reclaimed and bid that, to me, there's no reason not to scoot across and find closer to the 500s. Now, I'm going to add a little bit of a caveat to that because we'll go back over to ES now. The one thing that could interrupt some of the NQ strength, and particularly because it's options expiration, I think is why it looks to me like ES is sort of leading the dance just a little bit here, which really NQ has been in the driver's seat for a really long time across equity markets. But it feels like ES is, and again, maybe that's a function of OPEX, right? Which would make sense. We had that primary distribution for the week, same type of deal, except ES just did not have a double distribution as of yesterday or any kind of potential of forming one. We did break that range to the downside. And so the order of business today is like, okay, well, do we reclaim that volume? So same kind of thing we talk about every Wednesday or Thursday. is the case. And yesterday, so I left this 83 to 85 spot as a daily level. I usually don't after it's used and abused like this, but we talked about if we got a downside break yesterday at any point in time to come back and maybe fill in, tag last week's high, tag last Friday's high, which we did. It was going to be that 83 to 85 spot that was going to be key to reclaim, and you can see it rejected harshly. And the reason I bring this up is because, NQ was on the moon here. NQ was practically high of day. It had reclaimed everything it needed to reclaim to just shoot back up to the 500s. And then ES said no, and NQ just kind of rolled over with it. So I do feel like my point is, I feel like there's potential for okay, if ES just cannot get back above this, call it 73 to 77, the weekly level again, going into the weekend, I'll probably drop that to something like 69 to 73, of course. If we can't reclaim that volume, again, that would be a failure to reclaim, the upper distribution, or the primary, really the only distribution on the weekly profile, give ES a chance to build out volume lower. And perhaps that sort of limits the ability for NQ to really scoot a little bit further. But NQ looks strong, or at least I should say sellers look very weak below what was kind of that 242 to 269 spot. So in terms of trades, it's a little bit tricky today. Obviously some spicy moves overnight, right? Pretty fantastic cover rally. They came in, pretty hot and heavy and started panic buying, which is interesting. But to me, it's going to be all about this overnight high is at a really good location on ES. Again, I'll stick with the weekly level for now, for today, 73 to 77. And I'm just going to be mindful of this 83 to 85 just because of the way it reacted yesterday. I normally would not, being so close to yesterday's volume point of control, I normally would probably not keep that as a daily level, but we'll be mindful. But I generally think if we're sticky above 73 to 77, that there's no reason we can't scoot back across. And I left the same daily level from yesterday as well, this 75.98 to 76.01 yesterday. So that's kind of the big picture for today. So there is potential for this to just look amazing overnight and then just roll back over. There's potential for that if ES rejects here. And that's kind of the big thing I want to keep back of mind. Everything looks bullish. Obviously a big rally overnight. But, I have to keep back in mind. I probably don't want to be initiating a long up here, is my point, at least initially, right? It's probably wrong to be long where this overnight high was put in. It was probably wrong to be long there. Probably correct to be long above, 75 or whatever, right? It's one of those situations where it seems backwards to a lot of newer traders, but that's just how it is once we've reclaimed a prior range. You don't just want to slap the reclaim, but if, again, higher lows are strong, firm base back above that 73 to 77 spot, you have to think that sellers are dead, and there's no reason that we're not scooting back across the 76.30s, what have you. So it's options expiration. Who knows what can happen? NQ, again, this 242 to 269, I think is fine. You could probably use this higher low roughly as some kind of a risk. If we sweep that out, hold 242 and reclaim, I think that's still fine. I'm going to be cautious up into these 570s, maybe up into 600. Again, that's a prospective range high until proven otherwise, back on your weekly profile, sort of the upper edge of this primary distribution. So I'm constructive on dips, especially with what sellers showed us or didn't show us. They were growers, not showers, guys. Down here, I'm not interested in being short down here with them, but I'm careful to be long up here. So I like this 350 to 369, or I like quick dips below this pullback low, maybe overnight, that hold 242, 269. I'm going to respect those ranges until we get some kind of a break with continuation of that range. But the thing is, if this thing really reclaims the 600 to 617 and leaves behind this entire primary distribution, then they might be covering a lot higher in this situation. So that's where if ES gets the reclaim, and if NQ can get through this, kind of 600 spot back below yesterday's overnight high or pre-market high, whatever it was, you're going to think after yesterday that bears are just a figment of crazy Uncle Pharm's imagination. They never actually existed. So that's where I'm at today, and then we'll close out the week, right? And take a fresh look at things, get contract roll out of the way, OPEX out of the way. Kind of a weird week having all of that packed into a short week. But to me, it's constructive, big picture. And then right now I'm just playing ranges, but that's where I'm at today.
Yeah, Naughty Fish Trade said respect the micro. We're almost out of time, Pharm. George is asking, what are the implications of the OPEX today? We're going to hand that large question off to the next crew. They can pick it up from there. They're listening. But just Pharm, because we have this OPEX, this weird situation where it's a record one and it's coming on a shortened week where we have the Friday off. It's a long weekend, but on the Friday, does that change how you trade? How are you going to approach the end of the day going into a super long weekend like that with all that going on?
I mean, probably make my money and just be done for the day, ideally, right? So you get a little bit of volatility and action in the morning. I would expect a lot of participants to do the same type of thing, right? You still have single stocks expiring later on today, so you can still get some nice moves, but let's be honest, we're heading into a long weekend. It's been a wild week. Why not take it off? So I wouldn't be surprised if participation drops off substantially after the first few hours, assuming that most traders and most funds have completed their role.
All right, so Pharm's got like 45 more minutes of work because he's going to kill it in the first hour and start the weekend.
I hope so.
All right, great stuff. Thank you so much, Pharm. Appreciate you as always. Enjoy your long weekend.
Take care. Appreciate it.
Okay, so just a quick recap. You guys are kind of split in the poll, or you were. It might be changing. 50% bullish. It was kind of neutral and bearish. 25-25. We'll see if that changes as we get going here. Just a quick headline. U.S. and Iran delegations are meeting Friday to start negotiating execution of the MOU. And of course, we are watching that quadruple witching expiration record levels, which the next gang is going to talk about. And I'm going to leave them to it. Up next, we've got Trade the Open with Jim, Salma, and Pax.
Good morning, people.
What's up?
What's up there, handsome Jimmy? Salma, my beautiful sister.
How are you guys doing?
Wait, I woke up this morning at 3:45, ready to go because Salma was going to be on stream with me.
3:45 packs for what?
Because I have to pee 14 times, Salma. I'm 57 years old. I have to pee every 45 minutes at night. That's why.
All right, that's valid. That's valid.
All right.
Jimmy knows what I'm talking about. He knows.
This is the medical episode of NinjaTrader Live right now.
Listen, anything goes on the Thursday that's really a Friday kind of day.
Uncensored Thursday.
Salma, you get to hang out with your unks today.
I know. I was looking forward to this all week, but I didn't know you were going to be here, Jimmy.
You never know when I'm going to pop out of the bushes.
You didn't even know you were going to be here. I asked you yesterday.
I'm prepared though. I'm ready to go, man. I was up early too. I was up around 5:30, going on chart, talking about the charts, looking at the charts, writing newsletters, doing all that stuff. By the way, everybody, another reminder, we have the first print newsletter. It's published every single morning. Deli, Craig Shapiro, Shy Girl, myself. It's what we're thinking coming into the morning, and it's a really great piece, especially the stuff that those guys write. Well, that's pretty good stuff.
I like the stuff you write, Jimmy.
Yeah, I like to, I'm looking at levels. I'm thinking about trades for the day right now.
You write like a trader, and Craig is a high level macro view of things, and that's always really, really, really educational for me. And Tracy, I don't know anybody in this business that can pull out or extrapolate. That's a good word. 10 points for me. Extrapolate.
Just pat yourself on the back.
I'm going to, extrapolate all of the really important news and information going on in the world, analyze it, and bring it to us. The information that futures traders or options traders would want. She really pulls some of the most important stuff out there for all of us. So, if you guys have not signed up for the newsletter, I highly suggest that you do.
I'm subscribed.
Thanks,
Me
Max.
too.
Appreciate it. So, are you guys surprised? We have an abrupt turnaround from yesterday. Yesterday the sky was falling. Today, I woke up this morning, and man, we had a lot of green candles in the equity markets and in the bond market, which surprised me this morning. Are you guys surprised by any of this or no?
No.
I'm not, because I swung some options, so I'm pretty happy about this move.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by it. It's expiration. We finished roll, and all kinds of crazy shit happens. I've been tweeting about it. We've been talking about it on Fridays and Sundays. All kinds of crazy things happen during during this week. I am I am looking super forward to next week, the beginning of the new quarter for futures, and then the week after when we end the second quarter and start the third quarter. The third quarter is going to be very busy, and next week after expiration today, when I sit down and do a little bit of math, I'm going to have all new quarterly pivots, and I'm going to have all new macro zones. And when that happens, there's new capital flow in and out of the markets that are going to make the trading a lot smoother, maybe is maybe a better word, or more kind of follow through, or it's going to make a little bit more sense. The war is over, so we get to start trading a little bit more fundamentally or macroly, and it's going to, the third quarter is going to be busy. It's going to be a busy summer, so don't rest on it. Don't chase anything and let it come to you. So no, I'm not surprised, Jimmy.
Okay.
Long-winded answer.
Right,
A lot of
good.
people are saying that like summer might be slow, and I remember
It won't be.
last summer was really, really brutal. So you don't think so? You don't think?
No. I mean, we're just unwinding a war, and there's a lot of different things going on macroly. There's a lot of reason for us to move, even if we don't move. I mean, our ATR in the Nasdaq is 960 points. The ATR with the 10-day look back in the S&P is 158 points. We can use for a little bit of range compression for a little bit of time, but I wouldn't mind seeing range compression with a market that is more easily trending either up or down, and where we can build some positions with runners and let them go and not get stopped out. If you're short yesterday, you're stopped out as long as you have a scratch stop in. If you don't use a scratch stop, you're going to get killed. But if you're short from 70, I don't know where we were trading yesterday, but 74, wherever 74.50, make it up.
Yeah,
If
we're
you're
at 53 right now.
all right, yeah, I know. I can see where we're trading now. But yesterday, if you're short from 74.80 and you take profit down to 74.50, and if you don't have a scratch stop in, you're going to get your ass kicked. Now you can get long here today, at 75 half, pay for the trade, take profit, and leave a stop in, and the market turns around and breaks and gaps down on Monday. And that's what we've had for the second quarter because of the war. You get short, you take profit, you pay for the trade, you take profit, you leave a run around, you're stopped out, we gap up. You get long, same thing. So next week, that'll sort of change to where, you get long, you pay for the trade, you take a little profit, you leave a run around the next day. You don't get stopped out for a scratch, the market continues higher and that sort of thing. So it's going to be a better trade, and I'm looking forward to it. And even if there is periods of slowness, everybody always talks about Salma, like, everyone goes to the Hamptons, or everybody in Chicago goes to Michigan or Wisconsin to the Hillbilly Riviera, which, by the way, I'm going to next week, the Irish Riviera. Anyway, that's, while that may be the case, the algorithms and the HFTs, the AI that run the market already, they don't take a vacation. They're not going to the Hamptons. They're not going to the
right. The institutional desk now weren't staffed 30 years ago, like when we were there, where everyone's going on vacation. Institutional desks have folks ready to roll. So there's that sleepiness is not there for the institutions anymore in 2026.
All you have to do is press the power button on your computer, and the markets are moving.
Yeah. By the way, Salma, where do you vacation on the Jersey Shore? Do you go to the beach at all? Or?
Yeah, but only day trips.
Okay.
Don't rent out a house or anything like that. No.
Give her a couple of years; she's going to have a house on the Jersey Shore.
Oh, for sure.
From your lips to God's ears.
It's coming, sister. It's coming.
Although those houses are absurdly overpriced and the water is not the cleanest. I don't know about that.
When I was a younger man, I had a lady friend who his family had a place in Cape May.
Yeah.
Is that
that's nice. Yeah.
It was nice.
Yeah. Lady friend.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine Jimmy showing up? You know, he's got his Bermuda shorts, his black socks, and his Dago tee on, little cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Whoa, where's Cape May?
No, I used to be cool, Pax, back then. Not
I'm
anymore.
just kidding, Jimmy.
You're still cool, Jim.
I know. Thank you,
You're
Selma.
still cool.
So, Selma, you're going into today. Which stock index futures are you focused on?
It will likely be, excuse me, it will likely be ES and Pax, close your ears. It'll be the Russell. Those are my two.
I don't.
ES and the Rusty.
I like the Russell. It's been on fire lately, right? I mean, there's
It
some
has,
big
especially
moves.
off the open, dude. It will rip up whatever 30, 40 points while NQES are just doing nothing, and then things will clear up by 10 a.m. my time. But yeah, Russell's been a good trade lately. I don't know why Pax doesn't like it.
I'm going to start paying attention now because you are all over it. And
yeah, it's with the way Pax trades with his scratch stops. It's really hard to do that in the Russell because you do get some gaps in the bid between the bid ask, and you got to take a little extra heat to do what Pax does. But the index itself, I mean, again, we're trying to get to we're no shadow on the top of the candle. It's all buyers right now. We're at the top of the chart. We're trying to take out the highs that we saw 3 sessions ago above 3,000, and it's looking like it might do it.
You know why I don't like this market is back in. I'm trying to pull up a daily chart for him. Back in, from 2018 to 2020, Russell didn't do shit. The Nasdaq doubled, tripled in price. The S&P doubled in price. And the Russell just sat in a range. So I stopped trading the Russell because I would get long, pay for the trade, take profit, and then I would get nothing out of the runners. Meanwhile, in the S&P and the Nasdaq, it just kept going. So I just stopped paying attention to it. That does not mean for like Salma and other traders, just because I don't pay attention to it, does not mean that you cannot pull money out of the market out of it all the time. And listen, that's ultimately, pulling money out of the market, whether it's a 15-handle rotation in the S&P or 65-handle rotation in the NAS, pulling money out of the market consistently is what finances your life, obviously, but also what finances those career-making trades that you're going to eventually have. So
right.
If Russell helps you pull money out of the market so that, you get long NASDAQ or whatever, short NASDAQ in a massive move and you add to it, well, that's the market that finances it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I need you to look at the Russell and then tell me what the rotations are so I can include it into my indicator.
Giving Pax homework. I love this.
I will.
I've been talking to him about this for like 2 weeks. Yeah.
Salma and I talk a lot. Yeah, Salma and I are becoming very close.
We sure do. Yes.
That's awesome.
I want him to give me the rotation for the Russell so that I can include it in my indicator.
I will.
Since I watch it a lot. Do you want to talk about your rotations, Pax, or?
Yeah, we got all day.
Okay, cool. Yeah, a lot of people yesterday had some questions about it. I try to explain it the best way I can and, the way I utilize it, but I know your method is obviously very different with the way you trade. So, yeah, if you want to just talk about that.
Are you going to throw in some live trades today, Pax?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Yes, I mean, if there's something to do. I figured I'd do like the mini micro spread, but if there's something to do, I'll just flip over to normal units and see if I can catch some shit. The markets move the same way all the time. I hear it all the time on Twitter. AI is going to change the world. AI is going to change. AI is rapidly changing the world. AI has already changed futures trading in the early 2000s. The vast majority of the volume, like 85 to 90% of the volume in the S&P is created by computer programs that run independently of individuals and people for a variety of reasons. For anybody that is under the impression that there is one interbank algo, that couldn't be more that couldn't be further from the truth. There's thousands and thousands of all kinds of algorithms and things that are moving the market. So, there's a start and a stop to everything. There's a beginning and an end to everything. The only thing that does not have a beginning and an end is God, the Alpha and the Omega. Everything else has a beginning and an end. Nobody knows what the end of numbers are, but there is in fact an end. So the point is that when there's a beginning of an end to the market, whether even if you're talking about perpetual, the new futures contracts that are coming, the perps, there'll still be price action, there'll still be things to do, but it will change. But right now, with the S&P on NASDAQ, every single day we have rotations. Now, let me go back. See, I can get lost in the weeds here. The most important opening range of any contract market ever is going to be the very first tradable day. That goes back to January of 1982 in the S&P, or it goes back to, I think, January of 1996 for the E-mini S&P and 97 for the E-mini NASDAQ. Okay, so those are the very, very most important opening ranges ever. Leo Melamed, I just spoke to Leo's son, Jordy, the other day. He's a dear friend of mine. Leo Melamed, the man who invented futures trading, well, modern day futures trading. If you don't know who Leo is, everybody should. Still alive, 94, almost 95 years old, married for 1,000 years to Betty, his wife. 1954, I think they got married. Anyway, Leo, in his infinite wisdom, when he came up with the idea of trading financial futures, replicated and this is apropos for today, okay, because of its expiration, new quarterly pivots, replicated those most important opening ranges every quarter with expiration and then the new open, right, in the new quarter. So those opening ranges are replicated. So we have a new opening range to trade in the beginning of the new quarter. We have a new opening range to trade after I do a little math today and figure it out. Okay, now.
So Pax, really quickly, let me interrupt you there. For the quarterly opening range, how do you what time period is that established? The first day of the month.
Yes. Well, you mean yes? The first day of the quarter. Right.
And then the first 30 seconds, right?
Well, no, it's going to be just a pivotal price. It's just going to be kind of like the weekly reopen. The weekly reopen this week was 74.80. So you're just going or the late day trade, which I want to talk about today too. The late day trade, the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock Eastern. I live in Chicago, so I still think in terms of Central Time, which I'll talk about.
Wait. What's weekly reopen mean?
When we open up on Sunday night. So
I have a different level for that on ES.
What do you have?
75.42.
The fuck do I have? Oh, see, sorry, Salma.
Salma's has different levels than me too.
Yeah,
but she's right, probably. I mean, I don't know.
No, I just want to make sure that I'm not looking at something wrong.
No, hold on, give me a second, because my quote board could be wrong.
Okay, and I also just wanted to know what that term meant, reopen. I wasn't sure if that was different than.
You're right, 75.43 and a half.
Okay, cool. All right, continue. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So it's just a pivot. So 75.43, you're short below it, you're long above it, and that's going to be the same with the quarterly open too. Is like the yearly open, 69.02, and then everything. All right, now back to the rotations. So everything rotates. You just have to. This is not rocket science, okay? There's nothing complicated about this. Everybody makes it complicated because you think it's got to be. It truly isn't. You just have to know where to look and what to look at, because the market rotates to and through the same levels all the time. So all the time, like forever, okay? You just have to know what levels to look at. And so you're looking at, to recap, you're looking at the very first trading price of the market. You're looking at the very first trading price of the quarter. You're looking at the pivots that the quarters give, and the math that you've been taught by somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about is wrong. It's not that difficult. Now, for example, yearly opening range, 69.02. What the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside. 69.02, the low of the year is 65.53. 69.02 to 65.53, whatever the math is, 549 points. Once we close above 69.02, you swing that higher. And what is the target that gives us? What's the rotational target off the yearly opening range? Anybody remember? Anybody in chat remember? What is it?
Isn't it 543 points to the upside?
Yes. So just add it.
76 something
No,
or
74 and a half.
74 something. There you go.
74.50. Very good. So we got above that yesterday. So now 74.50 targets above 74.50. The next ladder rung is 8,000. Okay. So as long as we're above 74 and a half, that's where we're going to target. We get back below 74 and a half, then we're back in the range. Okay. So that's on the yearly. Do the same on the quarterly, same on the monthly. And it gets to be too many lines in a chart. Opening range every single day. It's all replicated again. Start, stop, finish from the beginning. From the very beginning of the contract to the quarterly pivots to the monthlies, right? All replicated every single morning when the algorithms are turned on at 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern. Gives you the daily pivot, and that's going to be the first 30 seconds of the day. Then, where is the market going to go from there? With those daily rotations change not all the time, but they change when the ATR expands and contracts. As long as the ATR is between like 70 points to 160, the markets rotate to and through the same levels from the opening range every day. Right now, it's set at about 15 points in the S&P and it's 65 points in the NASDAQ. So, if you can pull up my chart real quick, everybody else, mission control.
We see you, buddy.
You can see this?
No, he wants to show full thing. He wants to show his
the full
chart.
thing. Okay.
There you go.
Here, I can move it over.
No, it's good. It's good.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, all right. So here's yesterday's opening range. God, really? Did we break that hard yesterday? Yeah, we did. 75.89 and a quarter to 75.96. Does that make sense? How I tried to break it down from the most important all the way to the daily opening ranges. So those are the time frames that I'm looking at. Does anybody have any questions about that? Because I'm going to go into. I tried to make it all make sense so that you can see the big picture. Yes, Salma, does it make sense? Like the yearly.
I still don't understand where you get 15 from, but I do understand how it all works. Everything else you explain, I just don't know where you get the 15 number.
So what she's saying is, why is it 15, not 16 or not 20?
Yes.
I don't know why. Math. It all works out to be math. Here, let me show you. I don't know if I should do this or not. Will I get in trouble? I can't even bring it up. Never mind.
What's your time frame on the chart? Not that it matters what you're going to do, but what's your time frame?
Well, that's misleading, Jimmy, because I'm not going to use time frames to.
Right.
This is just a 15-minute or a 30-minute. This is a 30-minute, just so that I can see how it rotates.
Right. So it doesn't matter.
Not,
you're going to see the same levels if you're on 10-minute, 5-minute, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not going to look at like a 3-minute, 15-minute, or whatever, like everybody else does. So that I can, try to find trades based on candles and shit. 90% of traders fail. Why do I want to think, act, or trade like any of them? I don't. So here,
be careful with that 90% stat.
Well, okay.
I got in trouble doing that a long time ago. The regulators, I said in a thing, hey, 90% of traders. Don't make money, and they wrote back and they wrote me up and said, you can't say this. I go, why? He goes, well, what's your source? I go, what do you mean, what's my source? I'm saying this is a very risky endeavor. And they say, how do you know it's that 91%, Jim? I'm like, oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
most traders fail. Are you all right? What regulators? The compliance people or CFTC? Yeah, okay. Text me. Tell me later.
Yeah, I was like, what? I thought I was erring on the side of caution.
Right. Well, yeah. You got to disclaimers, right? You always have to make a disclaimer.
This was a long time ago.
There's your disclaimer. The disclaimer is the vast majority of traders aren't going to make it. Only 1 to 3% of traders are going to make enough money to become financially free. And that's just the truth. All right. So 75.80. Here's yesterday's opening range with the solid lines. 75.89 to 75.96. Okay, we came out of the opening range, I don't know, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour into the day, finally. It was Fed day. So we come out of the opening range. I'm not going to trade the opening range in this. I took two trades out of the opening range yesterday, and then I started to sell them at the second rotation. But I don't want to trade the opening range. I'm going to I'm gonna I'll now tell you in a minute the same basic thing about this morning. But yesterday morning, listen, everybody, my group, I'm willing to take a little bit of expense, blah 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 blah, out of the opening range, but that's it. I'm going to wait for the rotations. I'm going to wait for it to get to become clear. So underneath the first rotation, 15 points. So you can see we got to it. You take profit at it. If you're short, if you're crazy enough to continue to trade it and chop yourself to bits, you finally get something. You make 15 points. You sell more underneath it. You get the next 15 handle rotation. Market comes back up, stops you out of your ads, comes back up to the opening range, stops you out of the opening range, but then gets back. It just goes back and forth. This is a shitty day to even look at. And then, boom, it goes.
Hey,
NASDAQ
Pax,
was much better.
hang on real quickly. A couple things. A couple people were asking about your indicators on your chart. Mission Control just cut and paste a link to your trader profile. You'll find it on that, you guys. So feel free to check that out and use it if you're using the NinjaTrader desktop platform. And then the second thing I do want to remind everybody, because the bell's going to ring here in about 5 minutes, special event today at 4 p.m. East Coast time. Another episode of Develop Your Edge. This time it's going to be with the one and only Stowe. Look at that good looking kid right there. And he's going to talk about VWAP and volume profile and how to build day trade guardrails. So it's going to be an hour long. We're taking questions as we go. So if you're able to get into the chat, pop in there. Stowe's going to go through his process. We're going to give him questions on the fly, and it's going to be an awesome, awesome session. So stick around after the close today.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about today. I'll continue all of this later, okay? Somebody had asked if you can get the indicator on a tick chart. All you need to do, whether you're looking at a tick chart, you're looking at a daily, an hourly, a 30-second or a 10-second chart, it doesn't matter. All you have to do is just be aware of these prices. They're not going to change. These prices, when we open, the opening range is going to set here, and then the rotations are going to set above it. So I'll show you. Now, here's something, okay? Just because we're making new overnight highs. Just because we're making new overnight highs does not mean that if the opening range is set and we rally out of it, I'm not going to get long. The majority of traders are going to want to say, hey, shit, I want to fade this. We're opening on the highs. The market's got to come back down. I'm going to sell it. I don't do that. I'm going to stick with the breakouts. So let's say, for example, if you're watching this, I've got my cursor on my screen to the right. Let me focus on this one. That means that if the opening range is set at top of it is 76.75, which is an overnight high, and we go bid above that, I'm long. I don't care that it's a new overnight high. That doesn't matter to me. I trade regular trading hours. I don't trade outside of regular trading hours. I've lost more money outside of regular trading hours than I can imagine. So I don't even, unless I've got existing positions, I don't even look. And usually when I do have positions on, I've got scratch stops and I don't care until I come down in the morning.
So I just want to, on that note, I know we got 3 minutes before the bell rings. On that note, though, the Asian initial balance, I've been studying that lately. I've been thinking about that. Put a couple trades in here and there, and there's some great opportunities there. And it didn't used to be that way, right?
Yeah, no thanks. No thanks.
It's a different world right now,
Yeah, no.
Pax, than it was. I know it's different than
it's
your
not.
process.
Hold on, Jim. No, it's not. You can make money doing anything in this business. It doesn't take a whole lot of talent to take the mouse and click the fucking thing and make money. Now, in a non-liquid overnight environment, and that shit is going to happen when all of a sudden, all liquidity dries up because there are no bids and offers, overnight. When that stuff happens, you're stuck holding the bag and you've got a 50 handle, 100 handle loss that you're going to have to. No, I'm only going to trade when there's the most volume and the most open interest. And if there is no volume, I'm not going to trade it. And
it's not the most volume picks, but there is a heavy volume at that time in the key market, man.
Go with God. Go with God. Just go. Because listen,
and he doesn't sleep, Pax. He doesn't sleep, so he's with me in the Asian Open.
I'm telling you, if you're going to trade that over and over again, eventually it's going to roll you over like a steamboat. No, thank you.
Got my stops in, baby.
Good. And I listen. I've been short. I wrote about it yesterday. I've been short 28. I was short 28 in a non-liquid, 28 big Nasdaq. That's 280 minis, 2,800 micros. In the biggest one-day rally in Nasdaq history, we rallied 26%. I lost 1.5 million, and the reason I did wasn't because it was no stop. Of course, I was using a stop. I was the stop. There was no liquidity, so I do not trade non-liquid environments. Now, right now, in normal times, there might be liquidity. Go ahead. But when things dry up and you guys see during the day the Nasdaq has no bids and offers during the most heavy volume day, could you imagine what that's like at night?
Yeah.
No, thank you.
All right, Pax, we got less than a minute. Any way you could kind of squish your indicators on your chart a little bit to the right? So, kind of like move, yeah, there you go.
I
There
can't
you go.
I don't want to go too far because I've got
Perfect.
I've got the camera. My camera is right in the middle of it, so I can't see it.
So that might be, that's even too far. If you want to move it over back a little bit over the other way, if it helps you. There you go. Just so we can see the lines painted on your screen, and then we can see Salma's chart side by side. We got 24 seconds left. Time for a deep breath.
Too late for the fucking deep breath.
He said, "Go with God."
Really? I mean,
where do you come up with this shit? Oh my God.
So, I mean, listen, if you guys are making money doing it, I'm not going to tell you not to. I'm just going to tell you be careful, because you guys have all seen the NASDAQ and the S&P in low liquidity environments during the trading day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, open. All right. 78.5 is the high of the opening range so far. 74 quarters, the low of the opening range so far. We got 30 seconds. Oh, we got a minute. Hand off the mousey. During the trading day, when a couple of million contracts are trading the S&P, could you imagine what it's like at night? And then all of a sudden it dries up and you get, what can go wrong will go wrong. And I've experienced that. It might take 25 years for you guys to experience this, but when it does, it's going to be vicious. All right, 81 quarters, the top of the opening range. 81 quarters. So, there. Oh, shit. Bit him, you dirty dog.
And Salma, if you see something and you're jumping in, don't be shy.
No, I know. I'm just watching. The Dow right now is ripping a bit. Little bit.
Pax is short a mini right now. Two. All
right,
thanks, Mike.
Quarters the bottom. I'm going to sell those. All right. Come on, this is choppy. Dangerous on the dance floor. Dangerous.
I'm trying to get out of my options positions.
All right, now I got a lead on it. There we go. I got roasted on the first one. I turned around, got out, got short. I'm short the opening range, short 78, short 74 quarters, scratch stops and can't lose money. Should I trade out in micros, Jimmy, or should I just trade out in one lots here?
Whatever your thing is, man, you do you.
Well, what should I do?
Yeah, if you trade out on micros, we've been doing this for every Friday, so let's do it.
All right, so I've got 4. I'm short 4. Now, what I want to do is I want to trade out in micros because it gives me a chance to be able to add to my position. I'll show you. Okay, now, if those of you in my group, you guys are short 4, buy one. I trade out in quarter units. So I'm going to remove my risk. The first rotation is, 59Q, 59 quarter. Oh my God, it's the same as yesterday. Look at that. This is the same opening range as yesterday, isn't it? Yeah. See, right here. Oh, wait. The second rotation from yesterday, 59 quarter. First rotation from today, 59 quarter. That is a market telling you to take 1,500 rotations and don't look for too much out of it. Okay, so anyway, I trade out in quarters. So if I'm short 4, I want to buy one to remove my risk, and I want to buy one to take profit. So then I'd be short 2. Since I've got 4 on, and all right, now I'm short 2. So I'm gonna hold on. I want to sell though. I just got ticked out of a good 2 lot.
That was a quality 2 lot.
That was, but can't lose money when you have a scratch stop in. So I'd rather miss a move than to lose money. Write that down in your forehead.
Pax, the other day when you told me you thrive in chaos, It makes so much sense as to why your trading style is the way it is. And I mean that in like a good way, not a bad way.
In the most loving sort
Yes.
of daughterly
Yes.
way. Thank you.
Yes.
When the shit
It
hits
is
the fan,
chaotic.
when the shit hits the fan, Salma, you're going to be grateful. All right, 59.
Like that gives me anxiety. You know, for Pax, he's like on a high. This is so good to him.
Well,
Or you got profit targets in on the micros?
not yet. All right, so now I'm back short too, so now I got no choice but to trade out of it in micros. So I'm going to buy 5 micros at 60. I'm going to buy them at, I don't fucking know. I'm going to buy them someplace down here. There, I'll buy them at 59.5. All right. We go 61 offer. I'm going to sell more. All right, now listen to me. Rotations. If you're not short from the opening range, then you can sell. I gave up that 2 lot with the scratch stop, man. I had a 4-point lead in the other 2 lot. I should have let that finance the extra 2 lot, but I wanted to show everybody how to take a scratch. So whatever. I'd rather miss a move than to lose money. Yeah, phenomenally. So here, short 74 quarters. I'm going to buy 5 in at 59 quarter, but we go. I'm going to cancel those. I'm going to buy them at 61 if they hold. There's someplace in here. You got 10 points. Those of you in my group, you got 10 points in the trade if they uptick and pay for them. You got it?
There we go.
Jeez, nasty open.
Listen, if they uptick here, damn it. If they uptick here, oh my goodness. If they uptick here, you guys buy them. I wanted to sell them. I didn't sell. I wanted to sell more at 59. I wanted to show you all how to add to your positions. All right. I just added in one way. In my group, I call it addition by subtraction. So I'm short 2. I let the market come down and work through this rotation. So I added to my size without adding to my risk. I'm going to start trading normal size in a minute. This is too good of a morning. Does that make sense? Addition by subtraction. So I let the market come down and work through my rotation. And then I put in, if you can see, I put in a buy stop at the top of it. So if the market for some reason has a tape on, we come flying up through, I'm guaranteed to take profit on my position.
So you have a scratch stop on your core position. You're going to have targets in the micro side of things, and then you got to stop in that side also.
Yeah. Okay. Now, also, if you were
wow, look at this, man.
If you missed that rotation, 44 is the next one. 44, 46. So it's out. You can see it on right here. 44. So I always use 2 points around it. 44, 46. So we go 46. Now I will take profit on these now. So we go 46 offer. I'm going to sell more. We go 44 offer. I'm going to sell more. If I was trading normal size, I'd be short a shit ton right now if I was paying attention to it. I'm too far away from my computer and these numbers are too small. So sorry, I'm getting way up in front.
Bonds
I'm
are
sure
about
there's
to
a way
break
to
out to the upside.
make the font bigger.
Watch these upticks. Sam, are you short?
No, I'm in nothing.
Come on,
there's
sister,
nothing
it's a
here for me.
What do you mean? A free fucking 20-point breakout from the opening range and 10 points from the fucking rotation. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It doesn't get better than this.
I don't see a setup. I'm sorry.
I just gave it to you. 44, 46.
She's cultivated her own setup.
I just sold more 46s.
This is crazy though.
Now I'm short 4 again. I just sold 46s. Now we go. The next rotation is fuck.
Well, I got you for ES
29Q. All right, I'm
There you
scratched
go.
out of the 46s. I'll put those back on though. There? I'm short again. See, I scratched out, put them back on. 29 quarters, the next one.
Someone goes, I like when he yells at Salma. Guys, what the heck?
I'm not yelling at Salma. I love Salma.
Nah,
I
no
tell her all
hard
the time, I love her
feelings.
like a daughter.
You're the best, Pax.
Listen,
It's trading enthusiasm coming
yeah,
through.
I'm trading. You know, I'm not exactly praying a rosary right now.
You should have heard him
rosary.
You should have heard him on the floor. He was a lot saltier than that.
If we were on the floor, I'd be short 100 right now. No, I'm not on. I'm going to have to take it. Where's my mouse? Holy shit. Couldn't find my mouse. All right, watch your matchups in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ matchups here. Opening range in the NASDAQ is 316.53. I'm not on. 553. So 1, 2 rotations. Nasdaq gets 2 rotations. SPOOs get 2 rotations. Now, 980. Oh, no, I'm watching the Russell, for God's sakes. SPOs. Nasdaq, I mean, 339 equals 46. 339 equals 40. Now, make it 440 equals 40. Shit. I wanted to determine what the matchups were so I can add. Phenomenally. All right, can you guys see what I'm doing? I'm short 4. I don't have my P&L up on my screens. I wanted to add in my position there.
On the micros, do you have a target or no?
Yeah, the next rotation, which is 29 quarter.
Okay.
I already have a bid in to buy 10 of them in. I should
right. So what he's doing is he will take one off the table, right? He's short 4. If he gets the micros, he'll be net short 3.
Do you guys want me to trade out in minis or trade out in micros? Show you how to trade the mini micro spread. What do you want me to dive back short being short 2? What do you want me to do? I'm not going to turn a 4-point trade into a loss ever. Okay, so we came back up to my. I took a scratch that time. I had 4 points into it.
You're getting some votes for minis.
All right, there. So now I'm short 2, long 5. See, I got to change the quantity of this this bid down here. All right. So now look at my dome. I'm short. Oh my God! I just could have added again. Whatever. I'm short 2, long 5. Now, I'm not actually long 5. I took profit on a quarter of my 2, meaning I've got either 15 micros to trade out of, or 1.5 minis to trade out of. That was a beautiful ad.
Salma, you seen anything interesting?
Nope, nothing for me yet. There's just nothing.
What's the Russell opening range?
I could tell you if you want.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
Oh, this is a great trading day, and I've only got a 2 lot on.
29.94 is the high. 29.88 is the low.
Oh, that's a great opening range. Okay.
29.94.4 and 29.88.3.
Okay, so 94 to 77, 76. So wait a second, 88, right? You said the bottom 88. Is 88? All right, yes. 88 to 76. So nice 20 handle break. Okay. All right, 22 handles. All right, so that makes me want to, I got to look at the ATR and I'll try to figure out what those rotations are for you this weekend.
Yes, that's your homework, please. Right. I'll greatly appreciate it.
You know. Oh man, how low did we make the S&P? All right, so there's my chance to sell more or buy 5 to take off the table. So I think I'll do that. All right, so now I've got half my unit on. Not anymore. All right, I'm back short being 4. So now I'm short for a long 10. So I've got 3 minis to trade out of, or 30 micros to trade out of. The more you have on, the better off you are trading out of things. So I've got options now. I can pay for my trade. I'm going to put in a scratch stop.
Shapiro, he is right now short 4 minis, long 10 micros. So his net position. Oh, now he's out. Now he's down to short 2 minis. His net position now is short 1 because he's got 10 long micros. Remember, they're 1/10 the size of the micros.
I keep scratching out these 46 quarters, but one of these days they're going to go Gophers.
You got 4 again.
Yeah. Scratch them out again. There. So back being short 2, long 10. So that means that I'm short 1 micro or 10 minis. I mean, 1 mini or 10 micros. If we go back down 44 quarter, 46 quarter, I'm going to sell them again. My nudge. These are going to be, all right, there we go. Garbone. Watch the NASDAQ matchups.
Garbone.
So, Salma, do you get are your setups? Do you get a lot of setups during the initial balance or after?
So for like the past 2-3 weeks, or actually, I think always, I like to wait until 10 a.m. once like 10 a.m. data is out of the way, or like the 9:45 data is out of the way, and then the 4-hour closes and price kind of settles, that's when I'll start to see stuff. Yeah, this is really not my kind of environment. Again, I told you, Pax likes to thrive in chaos, and this is great for him. For me, I get scared.
Short 4 minis, long 10 micros, net short 3 minis.
Stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west. That's the Sox. That's the Chicago White Sox song when they hit home runs. So the other day we were Derek Deepak had pointed it out in the chat. Is that the other day we were trading and the market was breaking and I started to play stroking and we tanked. So now every time I'm short, I play stroking. Stroke it to the left.
When you're not streaming online, Pax, are you jamming the tunes in the background all the
All
time?
the
Yeah,
time.
always.
Yeah.
Every time I hop into his group,
time.
he's got music playing in the background.
Is it 80s, 90s music? What is it?
A little
It's
bit of
just-
everything,
Yeah,
right?
it's a little bit of everything.
Selma has an old soul. Her playlist, she's shared it with me, is awesome. I recognize all the songs. They're my genre.
Yeah, me too. Yes,
Can I
Chapito,
say-
I did. You see, it's Chapito, look, you can see my position right here. Short 4, right here. You see this? Here,
Yeah.
See my mouse? See my mousey? Short 4, long 10, which means that I'm short 3 minis or short 30 micros. And I'm waiting until we get down to 29 or 31 to buy more. See, you guys can you can see me execute here live, and you can see me you can see what my positions are live. I don't trade on charts. I only trade on domes. Look at this. We cannot get to the second rotation or the we are at the second rotation. We cannot get to the third rotation.
Domes, not doms.
Right, domes. Did I say dom?
No. I'm just telling chat. It's domes.
All right. So hey, 44 quarter to 46. 44 quarters. Oh God, is the rotation. Okay, so I always use 2 points around it. So it's going to be 44, 46. So I keep scratching these 46s. I put them back on a 45 half. I'm not losing money on them. I'm scratching them. So if that means, if I'm scratching things, that means that I'm going to keep working. If I'm taking expenses on things, that means I'm going to leave it alone. Does that make sense? If I'm scratching something, I'm going to keep going with it. But if I'm selling 46s, buying 48s, I'm not going to keep going with that. I'm going to wait. Does anybody have any questions here? Let me look at the chat. Anybody have any questions for me? Or should just be quiet and let Salma trade them up?
No, you talk. The people are here for you. I'm here for you.
I'm here for you.
I'm here to listen and learn.
Me too, sister. I like how Michigan Troll had Jimmy come in to keep you and I in line.
I think Jimmy thought he was off.
I had to cancel my nap. I mean, this is
unfortunate.
Martini o'clock is that's not for a few hours.
By the way, Pax, we can't see your mouse when you're on the dome. I don't know if that's intentional or if you can fix that, but
I can see it. You guys cannot.
Okay.
But all right, so okay. Thank you. And they can't hear you when you're talking to me, right? Sorry. Our producer Kevin was talking to me. I know, I don't know. All right, now listen, I have left money on the table by not paying for these trades. So if they uptick, I'm going to buy 5 in a second, okay? Uptick meaning if they go 40, if they go 40 bid. You can't see my cursor, but
man, they may never go 40 bid at this point.
Well, I hope not. But I mean, I've scratched out those 46s and 45 halves like 3 times when I could have paid for them with like 10 points. So I'm not doing that again. Oh, geez, Louise.
So Selma, on a big trend like
Yes.
we're seeing right now in this first right after the bell, you're going to wait for a certain instance, right, before a setup possibly emerges. The way you look at it,
Yeah,
what
so
are
if
those
like
circumstances?
if we end up downtrending today and this continues, what I would look for is a retest of the 9 EMA, and I would prefer it to line up with one of my pivotal levels. So whether that be one of the rotation levels or like the weekly open, Asia low, something like that. I would take that as an entry for my shorts. But right now, I'm not seeing anything yet. And it's obviously too early to tell. It's only been, 20 minutes. Too early to tell if this will be a downtrend day or not.
Got it.
But
Hey,
I do thrive in the downtrend days more than I do on uptrend days. So I would love to see us go lower.
Hey, we are going lower. Hold on, I lost the chat here. Somebody had asked. Somebody had said something about the Nasdaq being wild. It's not wild. It's choppy. The Nasdaq. Okay, now this is expiration Thursday, because expiration usually happens the third Friday of the month. So this is quad witching, okay? And it's a record quad witching. The Nasdaq isn't wild. Wild is if, we're down, 4 rotations and 5 rotations. We don't have that. And I'm going to scratch this out. Oh, geez, I sold 2 more. Ooh.
There you go.
Okay. Where did I sell the 2 lot at? The problem with this now is that my front end shows me short from 45. I'm not short from 45. I'm short from the opening range. So it's just choppy. And the reason is because we got quad witching, and it's a record quad witching. And the only thing that ultimately matters about today, my brothers and sisters, the only thing that really matters about this is what the expiration prices are today. That's it. That's the only thing that matters. I don't drink coffee, Tom. Isn't that funny? I don't drink coffee. Oh. I don't drink coffee. I'm naturally like this, believe it or not.
Naturally caffeinated.
Yeah.
We should bottle you,
Oh,
Pax. We could
God.
bottle you and make a lot of money.
Especially because when I'm trading this last week, I tweeted after we were so busy, I tweeted that, this is a young person's game. This is our business. This is not for, older people. I've been doing this since 1997. It takes this sort of intensity takes a toll on you. And if I'm not this intense when I'm trading, I don't trade. I mean, you got to be very, very intense. Otherwise, there's no point in doing it.
You're healthy. You're working out every day. You're eating right. You're in great shape for your age.
I am, in spite of prostate cancer and electrical heart disease, and I got a hernia now. And I got a hernia the other day doing after I was done lifting with my trainer. I've got this, the ab roller thing with the roll and you hold it.
Yeah.
Was doing
That
them.
thing sucks.
Oh my God, I was doing them and a hernia popped out. I was like, ooh. What the hell was that?
Oh my God.
Yeah, was at the surgeon for that the other day. It sucks.
Oh my God.
And
Pax, I feel like you're always at like some doctor's office or something.
I am. And listen, I also Jimmy will tell you. I cannot tell you how many traders I know that have died before the age of 60.
Yeah, that's true.
And not just because of drugs and alcohol. That's not the case. But because of the intensity. I don't find this very stressful. I find this fun, obviously. I'm having a blast. I find this fun. But it's so intense.
Yeah. Uncle Paulie passed young. He was a big bond trader on the floor for a long period of time.
Yeah, your uncle, yeah.
Yeah, it was sad.
What's the name of that futures guy? Didn't get it before. What futures guy? Leo Malamed.
Oh, Pax, by the way, what about your friend Chairman Duffy maybe stepping down, huh?
Yeah, how about that?
He did a good job. He's been there a while. He's probably ready.
Terry did a great job. Terry, every time I see him, he calls me Maddie still. Hey, Maddie. Hi, Terry. Terry Duffy had taken the CME Futures Exchange. Terry is the protege of Jack Sander and Leo Malamed. and Terry had taken control of the futures exchange, not control. He took over chairmanship of it before or right after we demutualized, right after we became. Is anybody interested in this or no?
Yeah. I asked the
Of
question.
course.
Okay, because it's history. Like, I mean, you guys you guys are directly related to people like Leo Malamed and the founders of this business, the people that have created it. I'm friends with Leo and have been for many years. His son, Jordy, is one of my closest friends. So Terry Duffy is a guy from the south side of Chicago, from the same neighborhood basically I grew up in. Went to Leo High School. I went to De La Salle High School. He went to Queen of Martyrs. I went to Queen of Universe. Anyway, Terry ended up didn't go to college, became, like me, took this business like a duck to water, and eventually rose to be chairman of the exchange and then CEO. And I helped him get elected. I was very instrumental in getting him elected in sort of a Chicago-esque way.
All right, let's not go into details.
Right. I won't. And so I've maintained a relationship with him over these many years. So hey, listen, right now market's noisy. I'm not doing anything. I'm positioned. I'm short 4, long 15. So I can buy another 5 down here and have half my unit on, right? See what I mean?
Yep.
Which I'm about to probably do. So now, Terry then took them, and we got A shares and B shares for our memberships. I paid $172,000 for my seat. I got 8,500 shares for my seat. So when we went public, I got 8,500 shares. The IPO was like $50 basically, and then the stock trade split 5-to-1, trading at 300 for a long time. So it's a sizable going away present.
Yeah.
I put in a buy stop at 44.75 to buy 5 more. So there, I'm short at my unit again. So Terry ended up leading the exchange through buying the board of trade, the CBOT in 2007. And then we merged, and then NYMEX, COMEX, and all of the other futures exchanges that CME ended up buying or merging with. I think merging with would probably be the right term, but we like to say we bought them, especially you guys at the board. So anyway, Terry led the exchange through all that change, and then the pits closing, and finally with the S&P pit closing in COVID in 2020, when COVID finally closed the S&P and never opened again, the big contract was dead. And through all that change and all that innovation and all of that, Terry led us through. Now, this is just my take on it. This isn't the official take on it. The perp contracts are going to change this business again. And you're seeing the CME stock, SIBO stock, ICE stock getting whacked as a result of it. Terry is not the guy to lead the exchange through this part of the 21st century. It's going to be a younger person. It's going to be somebody more in touch with the tokenization of the world. It's going to be, tokenization of the market. It's going to be somebody more in touch with the way that things are changing, with the blockchain and all of that other stuff. Leo was the one that created Globex. Leo Malamed did. Leo created Globex. Leo created financial futures. If not for Leo Malamed, we'd still be trading pork bellies and cattle and hogs.
Well, and currencies too. He launched.
Well, he launched currencies, and then Dr. Sandnor, Dr. Richard Sandnor, the Board of Trade. After, do you guys want me to talk about how that happened too?
Well, we're pretty Pax. We got a few minutes left here before we get the next wave of traders in here, and I just kind of want to ask you about the trade right now. So, how are you going to handle this going forward?
I'm leaving it on. I'm short 4, long 20. So if I wasn't trading out in micros, I'd be short 2, right? Paid for my trade, take profit on it. And I've taken profit all the way down to I think I bought the last 5 at 36 or 37 or something. Remember when we came down and I said if we uptick, okay. So if I was trading a 2 lot, if I was trading a 4 lot, I'd be short 2. But I'm trading minis, and I'm trying to show you guys how to trade out micros. So I'm short 4, long 20. Now, if we go 29.31 is the next level. if we go 31 offer, I'm going to sell out these. I'm going to sell out the 20 lot minis or the micros that I'm long, and then I'm going to be short 4, just naked short 4. I've added to my position. Instead of being short 2, I'm short 4, but it's a different mindset. It's a different mindset add, because instead of adding to my risk, I'm not. I am just merely letting the market work down through the level, so I'm taking off the bad leg of the spread. Now, this I know is going to be confusing at first. If this is the first time you've ever heard me talk about it. But it's a great and effective way to learn how to add your position without effectively adding to your risk, okay? It's very, 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 very important.
Right. Okay. Well, and we're doing this. We do this on Fridays, guys. So
Every Friday.
It does kick in. It does kind of make sense after a while. You just got to just keep in mind that the bottom line is it's basically the same market, the same basis, S&P 500. You've got micros, which are 1/10 the size, and then the math works because you have think of it in terms of fractional pricing, right? So you could take off a core position in the minis with micros and kind of manage your trades that way. So that's what Pax does, and we're gonna keep doing this on Fridays. It's super great stuff.
Yeah, all right. Quantum physics, but style bunkers. Okay, this is all quantitative trading. This is all quant shit. I'm your quant. That ought to scare you because
Pax quant.
I can't do math unless I count on my fingers, but I can do complicated calculus without having to think too.
So, Pax, let's at this point, let's say hi to some of our new traders coming into the show right now.
Good looking Nick. Where is he? There he is.
He's right there.
Good morning.
You got to look up to see him, Pax.
What's up, XY?
Morning. That made me laugh.
Doing? Happy Juneteenth.
I can't.
That's crazy.
I have to count on my fingers.
I do. You know, like if I have to, what's the next rotation? I don't know, 45 minus 10. But I can see, crazy shit naturally.
He's a savant and not an idiot one, by the way. He's a real.
I don't know. I think my ex-wife might say I'm an idiot.
No. No. In any event. Well, great trading today, Pax. I hope this thing goes to 0 for you, man. It's looking good.
Let me get short, bigger size before we do that.
All right. Hit the button, man. You got the margin.
Did we have I'm not in here. I'm gonna wait until we take out 31 before I start adding. Did we have a number just now come out?
There was data, I think, at 10 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah.
US
leading index.
Yeah. Shouldn't have moved. That shouldn't have moved anything.
So not that.
No.
Hey, be
I
careful.
just hopped in a small long.
The late day trade. Hey, CME Pit Trader, you were in the hogs. What was your badge? I was in the hogs for a bit. We had to know each other. You're going to be there next week. I can't wait. There's a lot of old CME guys in my group. A lot of old board of trade guys, a lot of old pick guys, and a lot of new young traders that I keep learning from, like Salma and Nick and XY. We have a lot of new traders in the group too. So I'm glad you're there. Just let me know when you're there, okay? So I know it's you.
So Salma, explain what just happened. You just went long?
Yeah. I went into a small long. Stops at low a day for now, and then I'm targeting just London highs. See if it works. I think it's worth a stab here. The way the 15-minute candle closed.
In what
previous
market?
15-minute candle. On ES.
Where are you long at?
47.
I would have sold. And you're going to put in a 10-point stop?
Yeah. It's only 3 micros.
Oh.
Size small.
3 or 300. Who cares?
Well, right now,
75-45
is HVL, so that's a big level right now with respect to the option stuff. And remember, we are going into expiration, so those HVL lines on the MenthorQ charts are going to be important today. And that's where we're at. So anyway, Pax, let's wish these guys a great weekend. And
yes, have a great weekend, guys.
Let them do their thing. And me and you will talk later, I hope. You have a great weekend as well, Pax.
Thank you, Jimmy. Have a great weekend, my brother. I love you, Jimmy. Salma, you're the greatest. You know I love you. Nick, handsome Nick. Good looking. Look at that.
And then XY.
XY is one of the most. I don't get a chance to talk to Nick. XY knows how I feel about him. XY is one of the best traders on the Ninja stream, and he's fun to watch. I can't see how good I've met him, so I know how good looking he is. But he's always got that hat pulled down over his eyes.
So
Appreciate it.
the last announcement, I want to remind everybody again, 4 o'clock, develop your edge with me and Stowe, 4 p.m. East Coast time after the bell rings. We're going to keep going for an hour. Bring your questions to the chat. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Hey, you guys, subscribe and like, right? Hit the subscribe button. I like saying that.
All right, Pax, let's dip into the chat here. Let these guys
I'll
do
see
their
you guys.
thing.
God bless you all.
I wish
Yeah,
you guys
Pax.
the best of luck on any trade you guys make today.
Yeah, me too.
Ciao,
Talk to you
guys.
soon.
Have a great weekend.
See
Have a good
Bye,
weekend,
Bye,
guys.
bye.
Influencer
boys?
packs, my favorite. Good morning, everybody.
What's up? What's up?
The
You taking
early
trades yet?
short, really nice, huh?
Yeah,
Had this node right here, built, lost it, lost this one, and just went straight to VWAP.
it's like the same thing we did yesterday.
Yeah, too bad I did not take it.
No, ES is still sitting kind of on the lows.
Yeah,
Right
it's
at the
really
week
struggling
open.
here at the 90 MA. If we can get above 90 MA in the 5-minute, I can see us going right back up. But for now, she's struggling.
Yeah, they are divergent yet again. It's annoying.
Annoying.
Yeah, they got 2 versions of it to clip now.
Can we hear it in real time, Nick?
No, they've immortalized my voice, and as somebody who understands the power of AI, I am no longer safe.
We haven't seen the
Annoying.
real Nick in it. We haven't seen the real Nick in some time, actually.
I know. Next thing I need to do is just clone your voices so you guys can have. I can
So we
just
don't
make
have to be on
whatever
stream either.
whatever sound effects, voice, script bites I want on the late night streams. Like I can just have you say whatever the hell I want.
I feel like you already know how to do that.
I do. I
He just needs to
haven't done it
find a
yet.
way to make it legal, to make sure it's
The
legal.
amount of time it would take. I just haven't done it yet. You're talking a lot of audio ingestion to make it sound good.
Salma, you said you were long, right? Or something like that?
Yeah, trying to small long. I really like the way it looks on the 15, but this I can easily get stopped out if the 90 MA and the 5-minute does not get cleared. We keep struggling at this 47 level on ES, so we'll see. We'll see.
Nick, do you think you could do a video on AI? No, unless a lot of people wanted it, but we'd have to do it live because we keep saying this. Like XY is the same way with EDU stuff. I'm just better at kind of doing it on the fly, answering questions, and kind of seeing what people want to talk about with it. Where do people need help? So, but as far as me doing a video, I wouldn't even know how to structure it because a lot of it is just me learning on the fly too.
Okay.
I like this move though.
What's your entry, Salma? Like what? How much money you got right
47.
now? 47?
No,
Yeah,
I'm only
10
in 3
points.
micros.
6 points? 5 points?
Nothing crazy.
God, I was like right when we said ES was on the lows.
Yeah. It should go. Let's see.
Jims, thanks for hanging yesterday. I'm glad you found it useful.
Yeah, and if you didn't watch the replay, if not,
The
I'm
John
gonna
Wick
push
guys
out-
are in the building.
yes, we are. But I'm gonna cut it today. Thankfully, tomorrow's a holiday, so I'll have time to actually put out the short form clips from XY's EDU piece last night.
What is my plan today? Well, looking at it earlier when I got to the charts, pretty simple. We got to swing high with we'll call it low volume all the way through to these 2 nodes again that got lost. So this node is pretty much the plan. If we're going to fail upside, going to look to rotate back down, which would have been a great trade right here earlier because they did trade above it and they built this here a little bit, lost it, built under, and then fell through. So this would have been the short looking for the 290s, 300s. Obviously, it held higher at VWAP, but it would have made good money nonetheless. Other than that, now I'm seeing that they've held VWAP, testing the high again. So we'll see what they do up here this time.
Yeah.
The thing that really gives me pause is ES's profile. Earlier, before, it started building this out and inching higher, it was really weird. It would give me pause about getting short, wouldn't want to get long, just want to see the market, fill this out a little bit, which it's doing now. But still, that ES low looks unfavorable, I guess we'll say. I don't really think we've seen the low. And again, this is going to be really key for NQ, this spot here, which they are bumping into again close to the open. So that's my plan. Haven't done anything yet. We'll see what we get. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Nick, uncalled for. I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry I offended you. I guess, baby whale. Yeah, I'm kind of with XY. I'm watching this like 580 spot up here, opening print a little bit higher than that. Just looking at last week's profile or 2 weeks ago, is like you've got a little kind of bottom of this larger node that we built up here at the all-time highs and started this early part of the week at too, before we head up to 800. So I'd like to see if anybody steps in around here again. If not, just send it. But yeah, I'm kind of pissed I didn't just jump in at the month open down there, because I was coming on stream and once again 420 guy providing resistance or support as is tradition.
420 is the ultimate level. It's both support and resistance depending where you're coming from.
100%.
How do I use tape reader indicator? Thanks and good luck. Quite literally, if you see it red, I would say there's more aggression on the sell side. Now that you have that information, you do what you will with it. That's pretty much the way to use it. I don't like to fade it much. So if the tape reader is showing like really strong sell like this, I'm not looking to get in the way of that, until at least like it starts to curl up or move over to the blue side. It's kind of like an oscillator in a sense.
Mm-hmm. Every once in a while, like I took it off my charts just because, I was just trying to clean it up because I have too many lines as it is. But there's good sequences sometimes when you notice like it's pretty flat, yet we keep grinding higher or we're grinding a little bit lower. And then out of nowhere, it starts to kind of shift the other way, but we're still drifting. Like there's almost like a divergence, if that makes any sense. What you're seeing on tape reader versus what the candles are painting. And then suddenly you can kind of see absorption or reversal like starting to form, which is interesting. I took it off, but that was always the biggest value that I saw with it. Because it's really just the aggregation of time and sales, more or less.
Trying a short NQ here.
Why you gotta fade me?
Let's short this and become rich. Sure, let's do it. Why not?
I am a serial friend fader, Salma. I apologize.
It's okay. It was my fault. I walked away, came back, and started to drop.
I literally just
sellers
said
haven't done anything yet.
Reoffer.
Yeah, sellers haven't done anything quite yet, so you might be good here.
But a good laugh there as I'm talking about nonsense, potentially missing the first setup that I was talking about on the longer time frame chart. Where's my music?
Are we not entertaining enough, Nick?
What for? No, I'm just Salma. I'm too ADD. Like I need background noise.
Bro, I don't know who's worse, you or Pax. You both are ADD.
You can. There's some similarities. There's a lot of similarities in some of the people on this stream, and you can see that success in certain parts of traders. Like there's common traits of personality and mannerisms and just things that quirks, I guess, is the better, nicer way to see it.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah.
It all tracks.
It took me out of the short here. I guess I'll try this again. Unless they just run without me. Give me the Nick treatment.
Yo, that's messed up. I just got that. Cool stream last night, guys.
Did you enjoy
Thank
it?
you. Thank you.
Yeah, I always catch you guys right when you're about to leave.
Yeah, you're only there for the giveaways. We know, we know.
Oh, please. I didn't
Like,
even
I'm not trying to
mention
hear all
them.
this, man. Where the free accounts at?
Yeah, it's your
It's all
when
good. It's
giveaway,
all
the when
good.
giveaway guy.
Yeah, except you never rig it for me, so
Well,
it's
because I
unfortunate.
can't rig it. I have officially rebuilt the system, so there is no gaming it. You get one entry, and you got to hang out throughout the whole thing to see if you win. Because if you're not there, I pick another person.
Salma, how about you get off the bid? Hmm?
How about no? How about this still looks good to me for upside. What are you
Yeah,
seeing
it
for the
actually doesn't
short?
look bad for upside still. Yeah.
But what are you seeing for the short? Do you want to see like
This is where they
NQ?
can turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rejection of previous day high.
But
Um,
I'm about to have to get myself out of this trade. I'm gonna scratch out for 4 points here.
I'm looking a
You
And then they
little,
just
probably.
like
a little higher. I mean, basically where the point of control is. There's like basically the value area high is the area that I'm watching for
they'll probably run without me
buyers
here.
to run out of
Yeah.
stream if they don't run it first.
I should not
I'm
have
gonna get
scratched
out
it
of
out.
this too, only because the Russell's puking here. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I got out
Perfect
of that.
timing for me. Perfect timing.
I will say on the hourly, ES does look like it can turn. This definitely looks like it can just. This would be one nasty, large H pattern if it worked out.
Sama, I didn't watch the FOMC afternoon stream with you guys. How,
Yeah.
how did trading with our new Fed daddy go?
Oh God, he gives off like such not great aura.
Okay, that
Negative aura?
that is a legitimate perspective.
Bro, from like to go from Powell, this guy came on the stand and he goes, "Good day." What? Where's the good afternoon? Where's the movement at 2:30? Um, but I caught a banger trade yesterday, so I can't complain.
Yeah, I was in the midst of editing and didn't even listen. Like I lost track of time, and suddenly it was like 3 o'clock, and I was like, okay, I guess I should get out of screens for a little bit. But I was not trading. I had
2020 said he seduced me all day. Okay.
oh yeah,
Okay. I did flip short, by the way. I really don't like the fact that the Russell is moving the way it's moving, and I think it can definitely
Yeah, chat, that was messed up, huh?
yeah, that
As soon
was
as I
the
got out of it, they're
classic
like, all right, now it's time.
the classic Nick trade.
That's my bad. It wasn't even getting to the stop. I just didn't want to
Oh,
take a bigger hit.
so even more of a Nick trade. Didn't even get to the stop.
Well, sometimes it'd be like that.
chap cap. I
Some
do not.
some I didn't know you were a big aura reader though. Learned something new.
You can just. I'm actually really good at reading people and knowing like who's a good person, who's not, who's a little bit awkward, who's whatever. He does give off awkward
Big people
vibes.
reader.
Yeah,
Tape reader, people reader.
bro. I'm all about all the reading.
That was
Oh,
karma
come
for
on,
my short. Yeah.
yes.
Had to even it out, huh? The market is not working with me today.
Um,
Well, it was my bad. The earlier short was my bad.
it's the Nasdaq, dude. Nasdaq's super strong.
Yeah.
Russell, don't like this. ES is kind of in limbo here. Let me see, let me see, let me see. They're gonna take me out of this, aren't they?
Pretty strong.
Yeah, this
It's
is
pretty strong.
what I get for flip-flopping. I'll leave it be though. If they're gonna have to stop me out. Yeah, yeah. I do all the reading except picking up a book and reading. Yes, chat. This is true.
Read everything but a book.
That's where I
Hey,
need
you
the
don't look like a
audiobook.
burglar today. What's going on? Where's the hat?
Bro, you guys bullied me out of the hat look, so
I said I
Wait,
kind of like
I
it. This is
missed
kind of
I missed
threatening.
Salma in a hat.
It looked
you
like
did.
she looked
You
really
did.
menacing yesterday. She was in like a black hoodie, black hat.
All
She
right,
She's
looked
if you
like
gonna
a
guys
home
break.
give me
invader.
business, Doc, I can go get. I can go get a hat.
She's doing hoodlum things.
You know, back in the old days where the robbers would put pantyhose over their face so you can't see it while they're just
Yep.
robbing you.
That is not how I looked.
What are they going to call her now? The bodega burglar or something?
Bodega burglar. She's speechless. She's like, I ain't no way.
I'm not in.
Ain't no way. I'm just sitting here while they say this shit right now.
Salma's just not going to feed into the bit.
All right.
So they're forcing her to feed into the bit. So
Salma's
did well.
long paid twice.
I
But
know.
she went short. She betrayed the buyers.
What did ES? Is ES? Oh God, I could have gotten back in on ES at the week open.
All right. Looks like they'll start to make their way through into the 750 area, maybe. See if they can hold up here.
They're going to push the overnight high because we haven't run it yet.
ES is finally trading up here.
Someone do a police sketch of the bodega burglar. So now I have an AI project, is what you're telling me?
What's up, guys?
Oh, for a pre-roll. For a thumbnail.
No more pre-rolls.
Someone, 600
I'm done
lots
after the
just
last one.
filled immediately. This is not bearish.
No, we're getting.
I'm
Oh,
so
man.
pissed, man.
I was just saying, you're long paid twice, but you betrayed them at some point.
I did. They faked me out for sure. Damn. It's okay. It happens.
Intel's casually up 7% today.
Cool.
No, I kind of want to try that short one more time.
Yeah, I'm keeping
Might
an
be
eye on
it.
this.
Either a really good idea or a really bad one.
I'm gonna try to fill in some greedy shorts. All right. We are filled short. Please just collapse. Thank you.
There we
Thank you.
go. Come on. Thing is, did NQ make new highs? Hold on.
Almost.
Oh, almost. Wow, not quite.
Let's go, shorties. And I got 3 on this. Let's see if we can just have them puke this entire thing. EMA is at 037. Still a good bid. Sheesh.
Yeah, wow, they're definitely trying. The hat makes me look younger. Still, how old do you think I am? I'm pretty young still. How much younger do I look?
She's barely young enough to legally trade the markets, guys.
Guys.
Fair. I'm trying to short.
This is not bearish. Also, XY, I'm short. Yeah, what came after it made me want to short. But I mean, hey, look, the fact that they just filled 600 lots instantly like that is pretty it's pretty strong. But you know, like I always say, it's about what happens after big size gets filled, and they didn't really want to do too much above that range. So the plan is still there. Just hopefully it's a really, really good entry for a really good short. I mean, we've gone about 30 points. I haven't taken any profit yet. I want to see at least the 550s test. And if they come back, stop me out. It is what it is.
They're probably gonna stop me.
Nine EMA is still down there in the 530s. So
Broke Shots has something against scalpers, by the way. He's been saying that all morning.
Oh, he must hate me.
There was a guy
Never
telling me,
trust.
Never trust a scalper. Hey, I can agree with that as a scalper myself.
we were doing a Dom breakdown last night, and somebody's telling me like never trust the Dom, and I wanted to throw something at them from behind a screen.
Yeesh. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is a good example here. Here I am about to get stopped out here because I trusted the dumb.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna drift up. Yeah, starting to build.
Hmm. Yeah, this could be a
Yo,
just a
they're
move up.
playing so many games right now. Oh man.
No, I think they're ready to move up to 750s.
I really
It's
had the
unfortunate.
bottom on that long too.
Dude,
I
you
was
did.
trying to get long, like as we were I was trying to get into the green room. Like I was trying to get into a long here, and then just decided to wait. So that sucks.
It's longs. It's longs. Now we just gotta get long.
Guess now we gotta wait for what, another attempt back at 570s or something. Hey, Candle Nerd, thanks for hanging out with us.
I don't know if we get 570s again. Candle Nerd, thank you. And thanks for hanging.
It's Nvidia pumping us up right now. Nvidia.
Gold looks great too. What's gold doing?
Not really.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just holding that London lows for now.
Don't know about that. Don't know about that. Trying to get long.
You haven't traded gold in a while, right? Or are you still doing
Probably
that?
about like 2
those
weeks, it feels like. Yeah. But I mean,
I
ES and
made you
NQ are
money in
moving
Rand.
pretty nicely. So even ES is moving, right? So yeah, I'm over there looking for longs, but it's looking real shallow in all these pullbacks. I think we can run to the 750 area.
Trying to bait me into shorting. What the heck?
Ooh, that was scary. I probably should wait for the 9.
Big 90 mega, huh?
Big 90 MA guy. I tried to front run the 9 right now, just took a stop again. But man, they are
It
not
seems like it's gonna be
coming
that kind of
back.
day though.
Yeah, it really feels like it.
A lot of fake outs, a lot of traps.
But I'm definitely leaning long here. As now we're accepting upper ranges. Try to get to that 750. There you go. There you go. Keep it moving.
Oh, wow. So hesitate. It was fun.
See if I can get a fill down here.
Semi
Tape is still
softening
pretty
up.
negative here,
Okay.
so not going to add on to this. It's going to sit with one. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
What
they're gonna do
happened?
this without me.
Filled up one lot, and then it just killed it immediately. Finally touching the 90
Oh,
MA here.
SpaceX is down 5%.
Yep,
Look at all the
Tesla puking
panicans.
here. Tesla
Okay, looks
down.
like
What the hell?
looks like that was a good short spot.
Yep. Unfortunate.
Tesla
Okay.
down $6 here.
Dude, look at
Do we have any special
this.
V range settings? No, just the default math
There's only
that that does
one
it.
true setting.
It's just based on the, whatever the ATR formula thing of the Nasdaq VIX and the S&P VIX, and then the secret sauce that's behind the scenes. But I don't argue with the math. That's data backed.
This could be pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't love that. I'm not in
They've
the short.
lost quite a bit. Those 550s.
Friends, what did we learn by Nick's missed opportunity here? It's another situation where you should be market ordering into NQ at times.
I'm still in that short, guys.
Where'd you get short at?
I'm short from
Oh, the first one? You never got
57.
stopped out of it?
No, the one that I said I was gonna try it again.
Yeah.
Basically, I think around the same spot.
Nice.
Let's
it's looking good. It's
see
looking
if
good.
we can get new lows.
I want to see a pullback here.
Jacob, nice short. If we go back to like 75.46 in ES and just bounce again, this is literally like a repeat of yesterday.
If you really hate it, they'll probably do it.
I'm going to hate it because I want us to leave this damn range. And also, not to be that guy. Oh, no, we did. Never mind. I forgot. We did close the gap finally. Never mind. I'll shut up. I forgot the FOMC did it.
Yeah, they're making me feel shorts all the way down here. Ooh, lots of buying in these 20s.
John Nick would have marketed in. Yes, he would have marketed in and actually taken out the semis with him. There would only be Intel
I'm in
left.
the shorts.
All of the other semis would be gone.
Gonna have to cover at least one at VWAP. I only have two, unfortunately. This is not ideal.
Yeah, this is going to be a weird.
The points are ideal.
Triple witching.
Okay, I get called so many different names when I have the hat on. Guys, what's up with this? I can't win.
All right, I covered one.
Look like a little gangsta. Maybe it's because it's black.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
All right, covered one. I'm gonna try to see if we can add some. If not, then we'll follow this I'll follow this market down
Oh,
to the 300s.
That's a very ugly 15-minute candle on
Yeah,
NQ.
it is dirty.
That is wow.
we've got a celebrity in the chat. Good morning. T-Trades.
What up,
Good
T?
to see you, buddy.
How you doing, T? You still out? You still out in LA or you back home?
Dude, what is this price action?
It's pulling back, so you can get more shorts.
No, I just want my
That's-
original position to work out. How about that? Wow, they
This
won't let
developing
this thing go.
5-minute candle is real scary. But I'm in shorts. I'm in 3 lots now.
This just smells like a choppy, witching
Range,
holiday
chop,
nonsense day.
Tape is still really strong sell side, so I'm rolling with it for now. Blessed on this pullback because I only had 1 lot left, but now I got 3.
I'm putting break-even stops. I don't want this to go red.
Back home till August. All right, all right. Hope all's well with you, bro. If you could sell this market for me,
Mm-hmm. But not without me.
it has
'Cause
to be without Nick for sure, or
it
else it
always
won't.
is without me.
That's why it's working right now.
That's why after me catching a good like 1% of the NQ move like 2 Fridays ago, it went another like 4% without me.
I think that happened to a lot of people.
Yeah. I felt very good about my cover. I was like, all right, cool. Great Friday. I'm gonna go outside. And then I look and I'm like, are you kidding me? Of
Everyone's
course they
still
did that.
inside making money. Should I cover one here? It's getting real slow.
No, hold for full TP.
All right, you got me. All right, hey,
Be a real G. Just
not if it
kidding.
costs me money.
Just joking.
We got 1
Don't
minute
listen to
until
me.
this candle closes like super hammer up. ES is low though. Come on, come on.
No, don't start talking about ES's poor low. Because then it's gonna clean it up before I'm actually in short. We can talk about it when I'm positioned correctly.
Oh God, they're doing it. They're getting continuation on this candle. Yeah,
Dude, this
got me
is
out.
so.
I'm
I
pretty
should've took them
sure
off. We had good
the
profits.
rollover and the gamma and everything else is in the room with us. So
Oh yeah, we got quad witching or something today.
I think it's triple witching and it's a holiday tomorrow, so it's just probably gonna be dumb.
Probably. It is.
Yes, we don't have a lot of Friday holidays outside of like Good Friday, which is usually a half day and stuff, I feel like. So
I
ending it.
love 3-day weekends. They're the best.
I'm gonna see them pull this up higher.
But Salma, here's the thing. As a full-time trader, every day is a 4-day weekend, 5-day weekend, whatever, if you
Not really.
believe hard enough. No, I work like I work longer days now than I ever did.
Yeah, he does.
There's nothing like having guaranteed 9 to 5 income and like Netflix and chilling your way to just getting that money without really having to do a ton of output versus having to actually do everything you do on your own all hours a day. It's a different way to look at it. But I definitely feel like I work harder now than I ever have.
Yeah, I do too. I'm at my desk way too long. Selma's going viral with that hat. Hey, you guys asked for it.
Oh, Eric, you forgot about the gamma. You can never forget about the gamma. My new career is making 90s kid thumbnails. Yes, I understand. Most of my thumbnails would involve admitting unk status as a streamer.
All right, if they can't drag this down here, we're in for a really difficult time.
Yeah, I probably should be short this OR mid, which
Yeah,
I'm probably
short
gonna take
here.
a stab.
Short 4
No.
this time. They're really selling this. They better get what they want.
Come on. Give me a little poke back up. There you go. There you go.
Killed me.
Oh,
me.
stop me out.
Oh, okay. I didn't even get to actually get into that position. But okay, just keep going.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hands off. I'll wait. Whatever. Nothing like trying to actually reset my stop and then as I'm scaling in and it getting tagged before I can even do that.
It's the way this 30-minute candle printed.
All right. Now it's correct.
It's the same setup I took before on the 15 at 9:45 for the longs. I could just pump this.
When XY says that, I get scared for sure. Say what? When I reset, do I always start with 10K? No, it has to be a lot more than that for the sizing. I need margin.
Wait.
I've been in the I've been in the wrong direction every leg.
I mean, sellers are dropping the ball here.
Tale as old as time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If ES is to sell off, it's got to be from here.
You still sitting in the short? Did you take any profits?
No. I'm trying it again. I got stopped out break even, but stops are going to be tighter here. Let's see. This is the area for sellers to step in. If they don't, then this thing will obviously just run higher.
Are we just going to run to the 800s? Or are we going to reoffer again right here at the RTH Open in NQ?
This has got to be the spot.
They're going to send it higher.
Nick, just don't say that.
What do you say?
I need the Step Brothers sound effect. That they know what I'm talking about.
Trying to see this bid fail the open here, but they're still bidding it. Losing nothing.
Mission control left you hanging, Nick.
I mean, they'll get it. They'll get it.
Try it again. I'm trying to get super greedy with entries here. Got out of that. Oh, I keep taking myself out of the trade super early. Not giving them any room. Damn, I would have a really good short right now. Sometimes you just gotta manage risk. Dude, my average would be up in at the high. Yeah,
Oh,
stopped out too
okay.
soon.
That's fun. Stop me out twice, and then
I stopped out too soon.
Don't
Damn,
fill me on the limit
Had
again.
a really good average.
Cool. Very fair. Not manipulated. No gray pool liquidity coming after me or anything.
Oh man.
I love it here. I love being a trader. It's fun.
Damn, only got two. I think my average was like 604 with 5 lots.
Hey, thanks, T. It's fun. It's fun being friends with T when everyone else just knows the logo, but I know the real man.
You know his face?
Well, yeah, and then we had Temu T trades for Halloween was fun too.
I knew who that was. I won't tell anyone who it was, but
allegedly he was on this stream.
Allegedly, I have a decent idea. Yeah, thanks, T.
Yeah, T, I miss you.
Man,
I
would
need
be
to
5
see
short
you
from
soon.
604, Nick. I took myself out like 3 points.
I was trying just to start layering in around 600 to 610s, and of course I'm not going to get a fill, and we're just going to be range bound apparently.
Could have been almost 50 points in. Oh, where's my I gotta put my position tracker back on.
I don't have an actual picture of T, so that you can't. If you're going to DM me, it's just going to go to spam. DMing me asking me for pics is not going to go over well.
You never know what. Hey, be careful. Be careful asking Nick for picks. All right, guys.
Yep.
Careful.
Hey, yo, what you mean by that?
Find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, find out. You want to know so bad? Find out.
I'm good.
As we've learned last night, I'm too powerful with AI. So
Are they gonna bid this or what, man?
I don't know
'Cause
what's
I'm trying
happening
to
here.
add to shorts.
Dio, are you even sleeping with the World Cup going on? I have a genuine question.
Does he even sleep if it's not going on?
I don't know. He's some of my European friends, like they run like a 20-hour, not work day, but life day, like between work and like fun. They just are. That's
20
how they
hour
roll.
life day, so 20 hours no sleeping. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, they're like awake for 20 hours, then do like a quick 4-hour power nap, and then go back to work.
The American mind cannot
But
comprehend.
they also then take like 3 months off where they don't even bring their cell phone or have any access to internet or anything. Like they just go on holiday for 3 months.
Market, are you
Okay,
doing this
see,
thing
he's a
again?
smart man though. Dio says he took holiday to literally just watch the World Cup.
Well, I added 3 here, so the market better puke this or it's another higher low.
Like to get in or stopped out.
Lots of buying, dude. Lots of buying. How about we run
This
them
is
over?
annoying here.
Do they know they
Dude,
could buy this lower like they
there's a
did,
lot of
like they could have
buying
at
going
30,000
on.
yesterday?
Shoo.
I know, but yeah, let's continue to just bid
This thing's going up,
everything.
man. This thing's going up.
That's what
Talking
they
about
want you to think.
rate
No, I'm
hikes
joking.
and commodity cost for all of the GPUs that are needed for all of this stuff anyway. Apple talking about raising the prices for the first time in a long time. All good things. The cost of RAMs can just continue to get more expensive. I might need another computer, is what I realized last night.
For what? For all the AI you're doing?
Well, I just think I need like a Blackwell 6000 or something.
I don't even know what that means,
Maybe like
but
5
hey,
of
it
them.
sounds crazy. All right, if
I'm
they
not
don't
even going to add to this. I think
pull
I'm
this
just going to
whole
get sucked
market
up.
up, I'm gonna call it because if they're not gonna go up now, I cannot read this thing.
Yeah, I'm going to exit this. It's gonna just keep
But
going.
this bid is insane.
I liked it on the first attempt. I did not like it on the second. Nonsense. Kind of a choppy mess, though.
Well, I'm glad I flipped now. Jeez. Going for 750s, hopefully. Probably gonna take 2 off at the IB high. Maybe just 1. We'll
Wouldn't
see how
touch
that
gold
go.
today. T, what's gold doing? Oh, it's down 2.5%.
All right, guys. So I'm looking longs. I'm buying pullbacks longs now. Gonna try to run this to 750, which is, the plan earlier. Same thing. Just if they're gonna start to hold and build outside here, I think we can run it back through. So that will be the basis of my trades.
Yeah, I'm definitely having trouble reading this today. Outside of the
Yeah, it's
420
really tricky,
long, I
man.
have not been able to time my entries today. I should have been in
It
this
missed
one, I
the IB
guess.
high just barely. So I'm gonna try to at least get this covered if it gets close enough. There you
Market
go.
makers are at the Knicks parade, bro.
I got one off. I'll take another one. So we got two now. Looks like they didn't want to fill my other lots, but I'm gonna try and take one off. What's your V range, Nick? Like 720?
Just below that. Oh wait, okay. Well, I'm seeing slight discrepancy.
No, is mine wrong?
It's like 720 something on NT, but then I'm seeing it on another chart, and it's like just a little below that. It looks
Right,
just
okay.
slightly off.
Yeah,
However,
okay,
however
got
it's
it.
calculating between the two different symbols.
I'll just leave it 718.
But I mean, that's within 10 points on NQ. I'd say it's the V range. If you guys didn't know, it's still kind of a range of a lot. I know it's a horizontal line, but it's still more of a suggestion. Rack City says 722. Yeah, it's definitely between
I'm gonna leave it at
720
718.
and like the 18s.
Just under where it shows for me. Want to buy pullbacks.
Yeah, I guess that pullback to the OR mid was the spot, man.
Where's OR mid?
55s ish.
55.
Like just above previous day high.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to see if we get some sort of pullback.
But now if they just take out the IB high and roll over and range this, that would just
Possible.
cause me physical pain.
Yeah, me too.
Because it literally would be like a carbon copy of just just disgustingness of yesterday. Range until FOMC.
Nah, yesterday was brutal.
The 9 is still 580s.
Does anyone trade options same time as running a futures contract? I wouldn't say like I trade them in tandem, but I have used ES and NQ to guide SPX, SPY, and QQQ like short time frame trades. 1 hour chart and below. Like I've done that, but I don't usually trade them. Like if I feel like there's a better read, if the VIX is low and I feel like there's value in potentially an outside move and I'm seeing it start to build on the futures tape, then yeah, I've layered into trades like that before.
Dude, look, guys, look at the hourly on ES.
I don't have that. Is it good? Is it bad?
Just look at my screen. How ugly is this? Guys, you want to talk
ES
about
on the
chop?
hourly? Oh yeah, it's like a wedge, not wedge. What's it called? Megaphone. It's
Like a
starting
megaphone. Yeah,
the
yeah.
ugliest megaphone of all time.
Yeah, but we've just been stuck in like a 20-point range. That is so ugly.
Trying to look
Let's see
for
how that
some
megaphone
ads
would
here.
look.
Yeah, draw us the crayon lines, please. Thank you.
There you go, something like that.
This is a crayon line friendly show.
Something like that.
But if
It's
XY draws a certain crayon line, everybody needs to look out
we
because
can't
that
break
target's
that out
getting hit.
just yet.
I don't think we've seen
That one's extra special.
that magical crayon line symbol in a long time.
Trying to see if the market can hold here.
Someone called me. Yes, crayon lines. We did in fact try to summon you into the chat. So welcome. Later, T.
See you, T. Try to get some more here. Okay.
Come on, a
Getting
little
closer to
lower.
9, getting closer to 9.
Yep.
See, how much of a leash should I give this?
A leash.
I'm looking at 20 points
Oh,
right now.
God, this
we
is like
got
disgusting.
we got JD Vance speaking at 11. Hmm,
JD Vance or JD Wentworth?
bro.
You're not. I don't think you're old enough for that reference.
No, I watched Prison Break. Thank you very much.
Prison Break. Oh, did you watch 24?
What?
24. Jack Bauer.
Jack Bauer.
Oh,
The
you
hell
know
is
Jack Bauer.
24?
This is before streaming existed. You had to actually like DVR was just becoming a thing.
No, that I didn't watch. Guys, it came out on the same year that I was born.
So, should have been watching it. You were born.
Yeah. That's like saying you weren't investing in real estate in '08 instead of sitting in the womb.
Man, I was playing with Pokemon cards when I should have been buying Bitcoin, man.
Right?
Bro, Pokemon cards are lucrative, dude.
Have you seen Bitcoin? I don't even know what my parents did with all my Pokemon cards, man.
Oh, well, my parents kept them because we asked, and I'm pretty sure like I looked at them at one point when I think like when Gary Vee and some of the other people in like the 2010s were starting to talk about card collecting and like dumpster diving at garage sales for some of these things. And so I looked, I'm like, oh, do I have any first editions or anything that might be valuable? And I was like, no, apparently I don't.
What year was
They were
this
all
when
well
it came
kept.
back?
But I don't have. I think I have one first edition, and it's not nothing that's actually worth maybe more than a couple $100.
What year did Pokemon cards make the comeback? I have no idea. I just one day it's just like everyone's
know.
opening cards and they're worth like a gazillion dollars.
The '90s
All right, guys. Well, the
nostalgia
ads
segment.
are looking like they might work unless they put it in a low or high.
We're trying to. Oh God.
Need a good candle coming out of this. I like what ES is doing.
Maybe I should have just been trading the range in gold.
No, Nathan, I'm not 18. Born in
Bitcoin's making lows.
2001.
Ooh. You're born in 2001.
Yes.
You're younger than my sister is.
January of 2001.
Dude, yeah, baby.
Do you guys remember when you were 25?
Hardly.
I was on a plane like every week.
That's kind of cool, though.
I was just traveling for work. Living on a corporate Amex.
That sounds fun.
Highly recommend it to anybody in their early to mid 20s of their first job and you have no responsibilities outside of maybe a dog. It was a lot of fun, but the companies don't even let you do that anymore. I think I was the last hurrah of putting it on the corporate card. Now they like
I
look at
just
expensive
scratched out
ones.
of a nice 6-slot position, and now I have one. I hate this market today.
Gary says, my New Balance shoes are older than Salma. I'm sure you and Pax, not Pax, Pharm, you and Pharm both have New Balance shoes that are older than me. Oh my God,
Farm,
can you imagine?
Big, white New Balance calf guy.
Can you imagine Pax and New Balances?
I don't.
I
So
could.
knowing Pax, that does not fit his personality at all.
Nope, that's not him.
Yes.
He'd be, what? Go ahead.
Well, no, he was saying like traveling for work like that sucks once you get past 30. That's exactly when I kind of tapped out. When COVID hit, Yeah, COVID basically hit, and after that point, like I never wanted to travel like that again. It kind of was I was over it. And that's the same thing. It's when all of the expense cutting started, and high spending freezes outside of client visits got all axed. So it would just stop being fun, and then shortly thereafter, I got laid off. So it's all good.
Oh man, I had a 6 lot long that I gave up for
Wait, where
like
were your
nothing.
ads? Were you adding up here like 600?
I had a 6 lot long average really close to 600, and I scratched it out when they came back
You're
because
nuts.
I was like, I think it continues. Now I only have 2, but like 15 points higher.
You are nuts. I don't think I
Dude,
could have added there.
that
Russell's
was a
really
good move.
pushing here.
I don't know why they pulled it back earlier, came back down, but they left a lot of
Bro,
buying behind. So I was like, I don't know about that, man.
they faked me out with that.
They trapped a lot of buying, came down, and then just didn't sell it anymore.
Yeah.
Can't complain about making money, I guess, but shoot,
You guess?
I'm in 1/3 of that size at a worse average.
Salma, you're just gonna hang out with us for the next hour, right?
No,
Are
I
you?
think I'm out of here in a minute. I
You
think.
should. You don't want to hang out with us?
Don't
That's
put me on the
me.
spot like that.
I get it if you've got better things to do, but I've learned this about myself outside of random projects that I've given myself. I don't have a whole lot to do because I work out at 5 a.m.
Yeah, no, I don't have much to do either. I was gonna solo stream at 1, but
What I'm gonna do is I'm going to figure out another layer to bring in additional folks so that I can throw the keys at people to come hang out with us instead of just throwing comments at us in the chat at late night. So
yeah,
I'll figure that
bring
out.
me in.
Oof.
We will.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
The
whoa.
problem
What
is the
just
boys have
happened?
their own key, and I need to keep those. So I need to figure out another way to bring people in.
2 tries outside IB.
I know. Is that all we're gonna do?
I
We're just
don't, I
gonna
think
do
this is about to
IB
die.
rotation, and now we're gonna go to zero.
I removed my limit. I had a limit for longs. I removed that.
All right,
I
I'm
have
just gonna
limits,
try
but they
to
are not getting filled.
layer into.
No.
Could be a terrible idea.
Yeah,
What's
this
the range?
doesn't look too great.
260. I'm gonna try to get some fills up here.
Come on.
All right, if they hold this for long side, I'm not trading this market no more. Be down like 4 grand.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
They're gonna hold it.
Okay,
I tried
guys,
to
we need
press-
likes because I just lost like over 4 grand. It's like 4,300.
I just lost about a grand there trying to layer into a break of 600s violently.
Look at gold.
All right, guys. I'm gonna part ways. I'm sorry for your losses. I took some L's with you guys. Chat, have a great weekend. Be safe. And I'll talk to you guys later.
See you, Salma.
Bye, friends.
Bye. Bye, besties.
Yes, John. This is in fact chop. Nothing.
Ryan Hunter
There's been a
says, I
couple.
won big today. Well
There's
done.
been a couple good spots. Otherwise,
Well done.
I'm getting chopped up.
Dude, it's really, yeah, it is a weird market. But I mean, my fault for trying to trade it, you know? Look at gold. Mm-mm. Gold doesn't look, I don't know.
This sucks. Nick, be selective. I know. Wait, XY. I
Doesn't
can't
look
really
too
hear
special. No, no more trades. I don't
There he
know
goes.
what the market wants to do. Yeah, and I'm down like over 4 grand now, so I don't think there's any point in me trading this. There'll be another day.
Look at the 5-minute in ES and NQ. That's disgusting.
ES is, yeah.
Like the 5-minute candles are basically the whole range, and the range isn't that big, but it's not really giving you some good spots to.
Yeah. Every candle has its entire range retraced to some degree.
Yeah.
And then the next and the next.
That feels like an OPEX Friday, even though it's Thursday. Like that's pretty on brand, and we still might even roll over. So once again, like the same trade I just took and got pressed out of because it whipsawed 30 points, still is valid apparently. Because we could break this and then go traverse to the other side of the range and head down towards like 500s.
Haven't seen XY. Haven't seen you trade this much. Yeah, I haven't taken this many stop outs. The
I have not
plan,
traded well this week, personally.
I don't know if the plan really is intact because they're failing up here, right? So my plan was simple, these two lines. If this were to fail, we'll make our way back down. And they did a few times, but they just couldn't get it running, you know? And then upside looks good. You know, we're running, we're holding, we're running, and then we try twice, fail, and back through. So the plan is just not working today. So
Yeah.
there's nothing else for me to do. The plan isn't going to work.
I know you were having a good week. I'm if I don't take another trade, I'm down math like 3,300 this week, and I was up like pretty big to start the week. And I've
Yeah, I
just
think
slowly
it's
been getting
probably
chopped up the last 2 sessions.
it's definitely easier, or it makes it a lot easier for me to just cut this whole thing off because I'm up big on the week. So it doesn't feel like, you know, something bad has happened.
Yeah. I've just
yeah.
slowly given back like 15 grand the last like 2.5 sessions, which is not the way
It's
I
a crazy
usually
market
do
right
it.
now.
It's been that way. I've just traded the wrong parts of the sessions because I didn't trade FOMC when there were 2 clean moves. And then, yeah, I've just been getting chopped, but I had a masterful like Monday and part of Tuesday, and then just gave it back the last 2 days. Yeah, FOMC, and then even getting long post the gap fill just seemed like a no-brainer, but I wasn't even paying attention. Nathan, no, I wouldn't say that. I think it's just variance that exists. Like I have red weeks, I have outsized weeks, I have weeks where I'm up a grand. Like it just kind of depends.
Yeah, it just happens.
Me finishing red for a week is not weird. Me doing what I've done in the past sometimes, which is having like a 2-month green streak every single day, even for a couple $100. And then finally, when I start having a red day, is that turning into, instead of
Giving
just
it all
taking a
back.
loss at like a day like today, like $3 grand, to it turning into suddenly a green week into like a minus $15,000 week, which is what I'm no longer doing this year. I've stopped that habit. Because
Yeah,
it's
I
like
think
you try
that's
to just
where
keep earning
everyone
back
is.
the $3 grand that you lost that week by just layering bigger and bigger, and it never works well.
It's hard to break out of that cycle. I think everyone goes through that too. It's like
Yeah.
you have a good, consistent, you know, X amount of days or weeks, and then you
have a
just
blow-up
forget
day.
how to just take a red day, you know?
Yeah.
Because there's gonna be plenty of other days.
Overtrade problem. I definitely don't overtrade. It's for me, it's always just been like that tilt day that comes back with like when you're on that kind of hot streak. And you're like, no, I've dug myself out of, you know, red days to green days. I can do it again here. And then it just snowballs. And you're more so, it's not that you're taking bad trades or bad reads. It's just you have that variance day in the market where you trying to recover that, the dynamics at play in that session or that week just don't fit your style and the way you trade, and it can snowball.
I'm up a measly 170 today, which is not worth the stress, and it was bad trading. Could be worse. Could be worse, man. I think it's not a bad situation, clearly, but at least you recognize that it was stressful, it wasn't worth it. Today sucks, and you can probably leave with that 170 right now. Leave the market at least.
Yeah, the amount of days I wish I would have taken like $170 and just saying, hey, let's go have a nice dinner. That's a date night, whatever. And feeling good about it because it's bigger than the P&L was when I started the session versus like, hey, that's not even worth my time going to the screen. So let me try to press. And then suddenly that 170 turns into minus $2 grand. And then I feel shitty about it. It's all about how you shift your mind in that. And perspective usually is a good teacher of that. For me, it was having a kid that changed that perspective. Or that's diapers and food for her for the week. That's the way to look at it. Nick XY, do you see any benefit of making a plan for the day journal versus how the day played out? My extent of journaling now or having a plan is exactly what I put out to everybody in Substack. It's literally my levels and areas that I'm watching. It's just in written form now, so everybody else can read it. But that's about the extent of my plan. I just do it written versus me doing what I do when I come on in the mornings. It's like would be looking at my 1 hour chart, kind of identifying areas I'm interested in interacting with, and then just having them in the back of my mind if they're not already printed via MGI levels. I've just automated a system now so that I can share that with everybody in like cool block image forms. But that's my plan. That's how I go into the session. It's just trading reactions around those levels, and that works for me. But I don't journal.
I don't either, but I would say it's definitely a do as we say, not as we do.
Yeah.
I don't journal because I'm lazy, and I largely do the same thing over and over. Some days it works, some days it doesn't. It's not to say that when I was getting my feet on the ground and trading, I didn't journal. I absolutely did journal. It is hyper crucial. I will say if I were better about journaling, I would have made my progress faster. Absolutely. But journaling is definitely a positive, huge positive, especially when you're trying to master the game, I guess. In a way to put it. It's the way to master your game. When I was journaling, I found out a lot of things that I thought were good trades or setups or strategies, they weren't that good. You'll probably find that too. Yeah, if I journaled these days, it'd probably be, like you're describing, the same. What I'm doing today, I mean, yeah, I'm sitting here with some losses, but I can't say that my entries were bad because even though I had losing trades, if it were to work, that was a spot. I had good MFE on my trades. I just didn't take the profits because I have a bigger trade idea. Well, yeah, there were trades I did take profits, which is why I'm not down bad right now. But I would be doing the same thing. The outcome of today has absolutely no weight of how I'm going to trade next week. None.
I also feel like, I mean, I've been streaming longer. Well, XY's been streaming live in XY's, not XY's, OFR, can't speak.
OFL.
Order Flow Labs Discord for probably as long of a time that I've been streaming on YouTube. In a weird way, it's kind of our journal, if that makes any sense. Psychologically, I think it has a similar effect to me where I'm articulating my thoughts in real time, my feelings. You see me tilt, you'll see me kind of make poor decisions, and I do it live. And for me, that works better for me. Me writing it in a siloed environment, in a dark room, in a cave, in my office, alone, not having interaction, like that doesn't actually like bring it home for me to actually make real changes. Me doing it publicly, doing it live, I feel like was a better way for me to kind of do a vlog version journal of my trading story and my day to day, since we do this every day.
I rock back and forth in the corner at the end of the day. It's one way to journal.
I am always tilting. That is correct.
Nick is always tilting.
There is somebody in the chat. I think I took one trade. It was actually green, or it was like a scratch. And then apparently I was tilting for the next hour and a half, even though I didn't take another trade. So if that person's in the chat, I miss you. Please do, once again, call me out when I am tilting for everyone else's amusement.
Took one trade for the day, stayed flat, tilted. Yep. Yeah, I mean, this sucks, right, guys? It's still held above this line, which is the plan. If it holds above here and likely trade like close to 750s, it's working without me. It barely took me out of it. I could be printing money right now, but how was I supposed to know that now the market's going to do what I think it's going to do? There's no way I could have known. At some point, you just fed up with how the market's moving and it doesn't agree with you. And then it starts to agree with you, but hey, too little, too late.
We got Mexico plays late tonight. 8 o'clock.
That 6 slot you had is haunting me, XY. I know. It haunts me too. It was good. It was a good position. It'd be printing money right now, but I like to keep my risks super tight. This is one of the the results, the possible results of running really tight risks. This is what it is. Any advice for, I'm assuming you're saying prop trading, risk management wise? I would say it's the same for your normal trading. I don't know. Treat it like if you have a 50K, you have 2K drawdown, treat it like a $2,000 account. Obviously, it really depends if you're trying to learn how to trade and get your feet in the ground to be able to trade cash accounts, real cash accounts, or you're trying to game the system. If you're trying to game the system, you're doing things much differently.
And part of the reason both of us had success is at least a strategy that I tried to incorporate. Like, you need to take cash off the table. You need to be stop break even more than you ever would probably in a cash account, because you need to survive on that $2,000 drawdown, which if you trade the same way, the exact same way you're trading your cash account, that's a couple trades if you make mistakes or you're not taking good entries. So a lot of the time, if I get a trade moving in my favor and it's a wider move, I'm capturing some points, I'm taking money off the table, I'm taking, down to a runner, and then that runner is stop break even. And if it rebounds 20, 30 points, that's fine. But I'm not giving back money once I get past that $0 drawdown. I'm protecting the profits in order to either A, pass the account, or B, start to grow it without really a good amount of downside risk. You're just trying to slowly, incrementally grow your drawdown. That is the whole key. And I try to do that by capping the downside risk based on, how I'm kind of executing trades. So that's kind of the game. That's how you kind of start to be more effective at it. You really need to not let trades move against you if they move in your favor first. IB breakdowns have been messy lately. Yes. I mean, we're just kind of in a range bound market at the all-time highs. This feels like summer trading. It really does. We might drift higher. There may be some headline risk still, as XY calls it, with peace talk tape. Which apparently is still a thing, even though the straight is open, allegedly. It's going to be more, apparently is going to be more open, is what somebody was saying. So I don't know what exactly that means. If it's open, but what do you mean it's going to be more open soon? And then I saw something Tracy posted yesterday, an article on X that was talking about a comparison of other, I think it was this, was it the Suez Canal, Tracy? I don't know if you're there. I kind of am blanking on the event from the 60s and 70s that you were referencing, but I thought that was an interesting article. I did enjoy reading it. I got to finish it. I kind of was doing it as I was walking yesterday and got distracted.
Look,
it
man,
is
it's
not
open,
open,
but it's not open.
We don't know if it's open or not open. Nobody does. We need boots on the ground. Kane, go to the Trader Hermoose like you were supposed to do and give us the situation monitoring that we were promised. This PA is disgusting. Yes, it is.
I gotta restart my platform real quick.
Okay, so we talked about this last night. Did we hallucinate? Are they doing like a live trade the close from the London meetup?
I think they are, right?
That up? Production? Like, I feel like, am I literally making that up? Because I feel like I'm either glorifying the idea that would be cool or somebody actually said that.
Taking forever.
But yeah, make sure you guys do hang out this afternoon, though, after the close, as our boy Stowe is doing a develop your edge session with Jim. And you can learn all about the many different VWAP bands and how Stowe is able to constantly buy the high and sell higher, and how he just seems to always be on the right side of the trend. And a lot of that has to do with utilizing VWAP in the extensions correctly. So he's better at it than most people. He's way better at it than I am. So please do tune into his segment this afternoon with Jim.
might be good.
Stowe will name all the VWAP bands. He certainly
He's
will.
got a few of them.
Yeah, he's got all different ones.
Big VWAP
so he can
band
never
guy.
be wrong. But that's the whole. I love how we did the Goro bit for Mortal Kombat,
And then it's VWAP bands.
But then the VWAP bands like actually kind of played and made sense for him having all of these arms, because it's just his body interpretation of all the VWAP bands. It's his arms.
Perfect
Analogy.
compliments. Sweet. Charts back up. Stowe name all the VWAP bands.
Oh,
She
big
might be
VWAP
able
band
to.
guy.
What's his market doing now? Huh? Oh, ES looks like it's falling over.
ES looks kind of garbagey,
Yeah. Interesting.
but I hate this tape. This tape is not normal.
It's not just not normal. It's garbage. Tape is garbage when you're in red P&L. Tape
Oh, yeah,
is
when it's-
beautiful when you're in green P&L.
This is the greatest tape of all time when you're green.
Strong close on the 5-minute ES too. Marcus said, no, you know what it is. It's bid. Dang. How much risk do you put on every trade? It's set, right? You don't do it mentally. No, there's no like set amount of risk per trade. I kind of just eyeball it. You can see how many points you need and how many lots is going to be how much it costs for the stop. Okay, so it varies. It also depends on how much I like the trade. If I've been adding into it, right? A lot of factors. A lot of times I'll just take today I've been taking myself out of the trades before my stops, which is probably a big reason I didn't get the good trades. So it's just the way I operate. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Just depends on the market, but you've got to identify when it's not working and just stop doing it, you know? It's really tricky. I mean, price action, everything, it's not as reliable, for me at least, as it normally would be. So tripping over my shoelaces everywhere today. Well, we got a signal. I'm now short NQ. Entry point. Expecting sharp pullback to downside. This is a signal bot.
We got a signal bot.
Yeah, did you see that? He even had a warning emote.
Do I need to sick Sunday Ticks mod on him? I mean, he's unhinged. He does whatever he wants.
He's touchy. He'll get you.
Oh, I've started actually.
I've
Getting
seen him
voice.
ban 10 guys with a pencil.
He's getting a voice now too. Like I've given him parameters to actually interact with the chat. So he's going to be sentient soon. So I'm training his voice, his digital voice.
Well, I hope for Mr. Signal Guy, we get really far down there, because I don't like what it looks like up here with ES is low either. So
somebody else was saying something. I got to read. Yes, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and bring a friend.
Please.
Next time. No, not like a real voice, guys. Like he just literally will have be able to interact with the chat and speak without me doing anything. So I don't know what he's going to say. I'm also going to create a Goro Stowe one because that's funny. U.S. Open picks. It's going to be a good weekend of sports. We got the U.S. Men's national team playing Australia tomorrow afternoon, and then we got the U.S. Open this weekend on Father's Day. And a happy early Father's Day to everybody. To all the daddies out there, and you, Daddy Warsh, and Daddy Pal, we'll miss you.
Pay him your respects. He's our new star headliner. How long do they act as chairman, serve as chairman?
I don't know. Well, Pal technically still had time on his term, technically. But isn't it like, I mean, I don't know. How long are they elected when they are elected by their peers or whatever? Or confirmed by their peers? I don't know how the full process works. You're asking the wrong people. That's why I press buttons and buttons and make memes.
Help, 14 years. Ooh, geez.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, because that makes sense because Pal's been there for a while and before
That's
Pal
an
was
oddly
yelling.
specific number. 14 years. It's not 10, it's not 15.
That seems like a long time,
It's 14.
to be honest.
That's quite a while, yeah.
Like everything in the 3 different branches of government, I think we need term limits that are shorter than that.
I guess it's time to get used to them. Am I even still going to be trading by the time it switches to a new guy? Is this my last Fed chairman?
Well, it depends. You can be I mean,
because it might be like Leo, like my time might be coming, you know.
That is true, but if you're a politician, you can be a politician apparently until you're like 96 or something.
Until you literally physically cannot be anymore.
No, there are plenty of them who could physically cannot be.
And
and as people that have watched like their friends' aging parents, my own, like you see the dynamic shift already, and it's like, how is somebody in Congress 20 years older than this? Like, it makes no sense. Why do we do these things? Term limits, something. But yeah, I didn't know it was 14 years. That's crazy. Chair is 4 years. Governor is 14.
I'm told a chair can be reappointed for another 4 after serving 4. Huh.
I need one of those contracts in the 9-to-5 world.
Looks like ES still looks pretty weak, but NQ wants to.
I know NQ is still sitting right at the RTH Open.
ES trying to sell, but NQ is trying to buy. Like it's just.
ES is also
hard.
Driving as slow as a student driver lower.
Sticker I hate to see most when I'm driving. Student driver.
Oh, I'll tell you a story when we get off stream, but it was, yeah.
Was it in the OC?
No, it was in East Plano, and you'll understand if anyone is. Yeah, I'm not going to say it on air, but I will send it to you. But it was in East Plano.
I have an idea.
And I was like, why do they need to announce that? And then it kind of all made sense when you really thought about it. But it had to do with driving school.
Five-minute inside candle. Make a decision. Mr. Short Signal. Where is his target? I'm trying to see. I'm now short in Q entry point, expecting sharp pullback. Sharp pullback to downside. You gotta give me a target so I can follow. It's possible that they've made selling illegal under the open price. What's SOXL ticker? Is that it? Tough for NQ to go down when SOXL is up 20%. What's SOXL? Oh, triple semis. Okay, okay, okay. Semis still going super strong, huh? Can't say I'm surprised, I guess. I like to say I think my red candles are broken. ES is gunning. ES is gunning. All right, so I went outside candle for ES. Outside bar. Sheesh. Well, well, well.
Oh, this is like the slowest range day ever.
Surprise bid.
Happy Euro close, everybody.
Dang, big selling right under the 600s. What a market, dude.
I lost the chat. What
What
happened?
the hell?
Semis, 3x semis. What are we talking about? All of the leverage? Can we get a triple levered product that's just like 5x levered semis mixed with Tesla and like a 5x SpaceX? Like, let's do that. Let's make that ETF. Infinite money glitch.
I think the buyers in the market today have infinite money glitch.
Vance is speaking. Oh, you're right. I am switching. I am on top chat. So live chat, here I am. I think I was on the wrong one.
I don't understand.
Sorry if
There's a
I missed
difference
you.
between top chat and live chat.
Maybe production can tell us, but
Some
I think
messages, spam, all messages. So should we be on live chat?
I always just switch to live now
I
because
didn't
that's
even
what
know this was a thing.
Here's the thing.
Different
The
chats.
my bot UI, my like whatever, my production producer UI thing that I built, it pulls in everything. So I never actually
Is there even a difference though? I'm always on
I
top
don't
because
know.
it's the default.
It
And
always
it looks
defaults
the
to
same.
top. But there is a few messages that popped up yesterday when I made the switch when we were doing the midday.
Yeah, I'll leave it on top for the spam filter or whatever. This is a really erratic market. Jeez.
Absurd.
Short plan back on the menu. Under the line. I ain't taking it though. I'm done. Who's looking for ES new lows? I bet a bunch of people are. 255 lot. Ooh. $311. This book is crazy right now. Gold tanking. Yeah, I mean, gold didn't really look strong at all. It's just building down here. Got that little node here, got trapped. ES new lows, man. I'm rooting for it. Mr. Bot Signaler. Signal bot. I hope you get it. Hello, guys. New trader here. I'm doing demo and managed to be profitable finally. Thanks for all you do. I'm glad you're responsible in trading demo.
Mhm.
I know I
You
wasn't.
guys
I
put
did
any
demo
weight?
for a week and I thought I was ready. I was like, it's nothing. And then, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I had the greatest first week of live trading ever. And I lost it all the next week.
I was paper trading in demo, obviously, on Thinkorswim with Bollinger Bands, a 5-minute chart, and a 5-minute RSI, and just like waiting for RSI to go to the bottom and the Bollinger Band to get hit, and then I would go long. And I was thinking this was like the greatest strategy of all time. It was that easy. And yeah, it worked until it didn't work.
That's cool. That's a good strategy. It's better than mine. Mine was the average down strategy.
Oh yeah, that came shortly
It was
thereafter.
really good for a week. Really.
Once the RSI strategy stopped working in real time, I suddenly just started adding, being like, no, it's going to turn. We're at like a 10 RSI. Like, it's going to turn. It's going to turn. Keep adding. Keep adding. Oops, 0.
Dude, I shit you not. For that first week of trading, I was like, man, let me go build out my Lambo spec right now, real quick, you know? I thought I found it. And the next week, bang. 3 days. 3 days. 1800 into like 14K, maybe 13K, something like that. And
Yeah.
0 in 3 days.
Yep.
Very cool.
XY Nick thinking of getting OFL. Is it expensive? I don't remember what the price is a month, but there's a freemium edition that'll get you a bunch of tools and indicators. The value, honest to God, is not going to be the service itself. It's the EDU behind it.
The community, it's a really good community because it's not like a
Yes.
large community, but everyone is, what's the word? Everyone is realistic. There's really no like victory lapping, touchdown dancing in there. Everyone's
No.
talking trading, struggles, experiences, good and bad, yes, but there's an emphasis on being realistic and supporting each other, stuff like that. It's not like, check out this 16R trade I got or this or that. I'm sure there are some in the chat that can corroborate. It's a really supportive group. Great especially for newer traders. It's a great group. And the tools, yeah, everyone is always going to gravitate towards tools that they think that can give them answers like signals and stuff. And they are very good. Absolutely. But for me, the biggest value quickly became everything that's auto plot. Anything that I need plotted on the chart is instantly plotted. I get to my desk, I turn it on, I see all the levels. I do a really quick analysis. I don't have to really mark anything up, and we're off to the races. It gives me it's a huge quality of life upgrade, which is where I think a lot of value is. It's quality of life. So You know, you just joined? Cool, man. Which indicator do I have on my chart? I guess you're talking about the bottom one. It's called tape reader. Tape reader free. It's free. OFL freemium. Thank you, NQ, for puking. I'll see you. Hey, dude, short bot. Stick around, man. The GOAT. He's my new quant. Rakesh, I'm done waiting for you. I am done waiting. You've left me waiting for too long. Got a new quant. He's smarter, faster. Yeah, I mean, the plan is cool. Like, it's sure you can say now, like, hey, the plan worked, but did it really? Like, they played out in the worst way possible. I guess if I got to desk like 20 minutes ago, yeah, if I got to desk 20 minutes ago and not prior, it'd be a whole different story for me right now. So, in hindsight, solid plan, absolutely beautiful, yada yada. But it was it really? I don't know. Market will do what it does in the worst ways. I'm done with Rakesh, man. I'm done with him. I'm done with him.
Where's Rakesh?
I don't know. I have been touting him all this time, showing him off, telling everyone, look, I got this quant. He's the greatest. And he left me on red. Forget it.
Rakesh
Forget
took my 23K low of the year call and he went full leverage, second mortgage, long 23K, and now he lives in Tahiti or something.
You know what's criminal is ES not making a new low yet. Is that even legal?
Yeah, you saw Rakesh at Wendy's. That's because he owns like 4,800 franchises now. He's selling the attendees after all the attendees he made.
The gazillion dollars he made.
God, what an ugly session.
Dude, it really, yeah, it has been. It has been.
I did
Now,
not
the
have
more
this
I
on
look
my
at it,
bingo
it's like,
card.
I'm so glad I'm only down what I'm down. It could be so much worse. Super tricky. When are these buyers gonna give up? Come on, my Italian brother. The buyers are always David Goggins.
Yeah. They're never exhausted.
Is the IB high, RTH, and other stuff written on your chart indicators? Yeah, they are the MGI indicator from OFL, auto plotted, so that I don't have to really spend any time looking at them or for them. Is this like where did it bounce from? 498 all the way up to this, like an 80-point bounce. Sheesh.
Ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly.
stay hard. Inside bar and Q again. ES looks a lot weaker. Nick, new low of day ES before or after we get off stream? Because I know you're thinking it. I mean, I'm thinking it too.
We're going to be off stream here probably in like 10 minutes. I'm going to say
15 minutes, 15 minutes
after, because that's how slow ES is moving down.
Well, I feel like ES is the one trying to get it done.
It is.
And Q is horsing around. Literally inside bar here, NQ. Ten seconds. ES will likely see continuation. There is inside bar break.
ES is trying. NQ.
Yeah, ES is doing it.
Once again, how many times can I try to short the overnight high opening range high before it stops me out? Several times, in fact, before the move actually happens.
The low is lava in ES.
Mm-hmm.
Insane. I hate those days too where we break one side of the IB on NQ and then the other on ES or vice versa. It's like different side IB breaks. It's just so divergent. It's good pace for downside here. Really good pace. They're holding it. Once the pace dries up, it's going to be a crazy pullback again. Everybody watch your tape. ES going to drag NQ down. Yeah, ES is trying. I mean, there have been a lot of occasions where you just look at a really poor low and you're like, oh, it's so close, going to get it. And they do it in the worst way still. 14 minutes till we get off. Nick has the over on it. Ooh. Yeah, tape is a lot easier to read now. So yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to having gotten back in the market, getting into the short. Obviously, seeing it in hindsight, it would have worked well. Over 100 points, pretty clean. Pullbacks, easy to grab ads for, which is what I've been doing all day. So get short, grab pullback, add here. Would have made plenty of money. Would be deep green, right? But also at some point I was just done mentally, like I'm tired of it. So I have this like opposite thing where when you're down, you're really tilted, you try to make it back. It's like you revenge trade, you want that P&L back because you're down. But I think it was when I'm at the casino, right? And I'm playing, it could be any game, blackjack, craps, baccarat. And when I feel like I'm just getting destroyed, it actually makes me no longer want to play. Like I'm not even enjoying myself right now because to me it's entertainment, right? When you're gambling, you're playing, it's entertainment with your friends. But if I'm getting washed in the pits, my interest to continue playing and gambling is greatly diminished. So I feel like it's the same in the markets when it's just like clearly things are not working out my way. I'm very hyper aware of the fact that there will be other days too. Like today's P&L means nothing. It could be big green. It means nothing because P&L isn't like you lock it in and it can never be taken. You have to use money as risk moving forward in all your trading. So P&L for me is never locked in ever until the day I decide I am finished trading. So I think that mentality has carried over in a positive way to the markets. And keeping your losses small, like cutting the red day off when it's small enough for you to not feel like, oh, it's going to take some making up to do. When it's small enough, we're like, you know what? A decent day will more than cover this. It makes it a lot easier, but you have to cut it off there. Like, there have been so many times, like, especially in prop. Prop taught me this, actually. I would be blowing accounts, fundeds, evals, whatever. And at the very end of it all, market for me closes at 1. By like 4 p.m., I'm like, man, I really wish I had an account. Why the hell did I do that? Why did I completely kill everything because of one little thing or this drawdown or tried to make it back when that red day at the time wasn't that bad? I should have actually just cut it off there. And going through this over and over and over again, I have a prop eval funded graveyard that is vast. And it's full of the same old story. It's the same. Why didn't I just cut it off there? Why did I do all that? What the hell? Like I was being so extra, right? One day I decided, look, you always end up feeling this way. Why not just cut it off and be glad? And then that day I was glad. I was like, I'm glad I cut it off. It doesn't matter anymore. Market's closed. And I'm now looking forward to being able to trade the next day versus, damn, I wish I had a funded to trade still. So that was proof of concept 1, the first instance of the proof of concept. And you keep stacking it over and over. And I'm like, hey, you know what? This is a way better feeling. Just cut this shit off. And when you do start to cut it off and you feel great about being able to trade, you find that, hey, you know what? I do have edge because that loss might as well not exist anymore. It's covered just by following the system. It's covered. And eventually I'm like, what am I so worried about? One single day's P&L, green or red, it doesn't matter. So, that bakes in. Give yourself the time to exercise that muscle over and over. Bake it in. That's why a lot of times it's, oh, I closed out my fundeds. I'm on evals now. I'm like, why'd you do that? Well, it's because I'm done. Oh, well, if you're done, why are you trading evals? You're exercising the wrong muscles. You're putting yourself in a hamster wheel without even realizing it, right? So that's why I'm pretty stringent on these kinds of things because once it unravels, who's going to stop it? You? You're the one that unraveled it. Who's next to you? Nobody. We don't trade at a desk with other traders. You are the only line of defense. But that's my TED Talk. Whoever asked, I don't even remember what the question was.
I don't either.
But there you have it.
I was just ready to say, like, stack that over a month, your whole life is different.
I knew it. When I said that, I mentally turned into that guy.
Yep.
Yes, that's my TED Talk to send you guys off into the weekend.
You just changed the manipulated time.
Well, Cooper said last night I was manipulating time on the replay,
That was actually really funny. The person who's like, is this live? I have different prices. And it's just like, no, this it's a replay. That's why the candles have stopped printing. That's why the DOM is
like,
not
how is he
moving.
starting and stopping the market at will?
XY can wield the market at will. With the snap of his fingers, he can stop time to show you a sequence on the DOM. No, it's a replay.
Watch what they're about to do.
Yes.
Delayed data used to be a thing about 20 years ago. Subscribe for free for delayed. 10 seconds delayed. You guys are both flat right now, right?
Yeah. Been flat. Wow, they brought this all the way up.
I know.
This can't be
that
legal.
kind of day, folks. Range bound action.
Yeah.
ES is low. I knew it. I was just mentioning that sometimes they're just gonna leave it like that or cover it way later and just your DLL already.
I think our friend in the chat last night would have called this a gray pool event.
I'm not touching that.
We're not doing this
I don't
bit
want
again.
chat to kill me.
Speaking of friends, by the way, 4 o'clock today, 4 p.m. East Coast time, we do have Develop Your Edge with the mighty Stowe going over VWAP, not to be confused with VWAP, and volume profile, how to build day trading guardrails. It's going to be awesome. He's joining me at 4 o'clock. It's going to be an open campus kind of thing, man. You can come into the chat, ask questions. I'll feed them to Stowe. We'll pick them off. It'll be a lot of fun. 4 to 5 East Coast time today for another episode of Develop Your Edge. Looking forward to that. And before that, we do have Tracy Shuchart, also known as Shy Girl, also known as Fabulous. We'll be doing a afternoon update, 2 o'clock, regular start time today, followed by another Edge report. And then Jack, Christian, and Stowe are going to trade the close. And then Stowe's going to roll right into 4 o'clock. So we're looking forward to this afternoon for sure. Let's give these two guys a round of applause for a job well done. So I know it was the second time that Salma's been with Pax, but it's always startling when you're brand new with Pax on stream.
Imagine being long and he's like, your long sucks. So does your stop.
I know. But he's very, very, very talented, smart, a lot of history, great story. So it was a good time. And Salma did a great job too. In any event, thank you guys. Appreciate you as usual. I will not see you the rest of the week. I won't see you till next week. Have a great weekend. Anybody have big plans?
My folks are coming into town, so they hang with their granddaughter and us.
All right.
So we'll be hanging with them, doing a lot of cooking, Jim.
Love that.
Birthday dinners, baby showers.
Oh, nice.
Such is life in your 30s.
Yeah. You're living the dream, baby.
The weddings are all over. It's the baby showers.
Yep. It's the kids' birthday parties now is the new weddings.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're gonna get graduations. You got grade school graduations, high school graduations.
Oh,
never
yeah.
ends.
Oh,
It
yeah.
never ends. So my next thing is, all right, who's getting married first, and how much is that going to cost me? That's the next thing.
I want to marry into Jim's family.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think we're honorary
tier.
sons at this point.
Yeah, you guys are honorary sons. I mean, you're both married, so otherwise I would have some options for you guys because we've got a lot of cousins.
Yeah, but you run the risk of offending one of the cousins.
Yeah.
Well,
You might
yeah,
say
you can't-
something one time and now you're disappeared.
And then
you-
Jim's
no,
guy
if you're married,
just,
you're a maid. You're a maid man if you're married. To the family.
I believe it.
You're a friend of ours. Oh, anyway, I'm gonna do a really super quick ed report here, guys. Thanks again. Have a great, safe weekend. I'll talk to you next week.
See you,
Thanks,
chat.
chat.
All right, the Bitcoin is not recovering today. We really had a bad break in the Bitcoin today. Even with the point of control pretty far north up here, it's 63,955, pretty close to 64,000. Once we broke that IB low, it was pretty much bombs away. I mean, we broke through call resistance, we broke through S1, we broke through one-day min, we broke through S2. There is no shadow at the bottom of the contemporary candle right here. We're going down as we speak. Put support, next stop down, 62,000. So this is selling off, trend day down in the Bitcoin. Probably not going to be looking for a place to hit the buy button today. Let's just go back to the daily to put it in perspective here. Whoa, that's pretty tight perspective I have here. Hang on a second. Let me just move my fib. There's no retracement. I'm going to delete the fib. Retracement has failed. I mean, we are literally pretty close to double bottom here. This is kind of nice support right around 60,000, a little bit north of 60,000 by a couple ticks, but that's kind of where we're headed right now. Below that, we do have a swing low here, and that's from way back here. Let's go to that date. That date was August, I believe, 2024, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, August 2024. That was 49,340. So that's a pretty hot target right now. There's a lot of folks that are a little bit negative here. But again, maybe the support, maybe the double bottom at 6205 will hold. Who knows? Probably not today. Today's looking pretty doom and gloomy. So, and June open, by the way, is way up here, pretty far away. So Bitcoin in a little bit of trouble here. And then let's shoot over. Let's end this with. I know we had a lot of E-mini S&P and Nasdaq talk, so let's kind of shoot over to the bonds right now, really quickly here to see what's going on. Bonds are just made a miraculous recovery. I was a little bit surprised if you were in the morning stream, you heard that. But we're right at this anchored VWAP here. This is a really important, really nice anchored VWAP, Brian Shannon style right here. We had this anchored from the highs back here at the beginning of March, and that thing on a daily candle was beautiful. We traded above it a couple times in the middle of April. We talked about that, and right now we're just barely north of it. Now we tagged that January 20th swing high, and then sold back off a little bit. We're still at a 113.16 handle in Treasury bonds. And then let's take a peek at this is a P-shaped volume profile. It's a really nice textbook P-shaped volume profile, by the way, capital P that is. And it's I guess could be a lowercase p too if you think about it. But anyway, P. Point of control is pretty nice. Value area is very nice. Now we're breaking below the value area here for the first time since the initial balance ended, or since it began even. A little bit concerning. 113 in 16:30 seconds. If you really wanted to be dramatic about it, you could go ahead and put a fib line in, low to high. That's probably the best place to put one in this market at this point. And I would use those wicks at the top just to see where we're at. 38.1% is the measurement right now. That's at 14. That's a textbook retracement. That's nothing. It's not going to set my hair on fire. Previous session's highs are right below that at 13. R1 and then 61.8. I'd probably be a little worried right here. But right now, it's kind of normal textbook. My guess is we'll end up in the value area here as well throughout the day. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm thinking about the 30-year U.S. Treasury bond. That is this morning's Edge Report. Looking forward to this afternoon. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions, the great participation. Best live trading community there has ever been, hands down. You can call me biased, but I've seen a lot. So thank you guys for making that a reality. It's as much as you guys as it is of anybody else on the network. So thank you for that. In the meantime, have a great lunch, and hopefully we'll see you at 2 o'clock for Tracy's afternoon update.